the entire purpose of affirmative action, set-asides, civil rights laws, laws that limit constitutional rights to freedom of contract, freedom of association, all of that was to make up for the legacy of slavery and Jim Crow. So unless these benefits are going to, roughly defined, foundational Black Americans, the descendants of American slaves, you've taken away the whole purpose of this. So to make the point that Kamala isn't a foundational Black American, I'm always pointing, unless these benefits are going to, roughly defined, foundational Black Americans, the descendants of American slaves.
African Americans built this nation. You built this nation. You're just starting to get real credit for that. Okay, I don't know if you know that. You're just starting to you built the nation. We all built it, but you were such a massive part of it. Bigger than you were given credit for. Does that make sense?
That show me a slide.
Make no mistake, we're the only Black people in y'all that only eat rat, eat cat people. You ain't Black, you ain't that. Matter of fact, your Black is repo, I'm taking it back. Cause y'all making it whack, faking jacks, y'all from the slave, raiding the tax. Bitch. We built the foundation, our innovations were groundbreaking. Y'all ain't wanna get down, now you're around, hating, faking, with the linear in and out, the ground shaking. Someone say, FBI, we don't run away. We stay, we slay, we pray, we say, Someone say, FBI, we don't run away. We stay, we slay, we pray, we say, mistake, we're the only Black people and y'all the only eat rat, eat cat people. You ain't Black, you ain't that. Matter of fact, your Black is repo, I'm taking it back. Cause y'all making it whack, faking jacks, y'all from the slave, raiding the tax. Breaks, pause, pause. We built the foundation, our innovations were groundbreaking. Y'all ain't wanna get down, now you around, hating, faking, whittling and eating, now the ground shaking. Someone say, FBA, we don't run away. We stay, we slay, we pray, we say, Someone say, FBA, we don't run away. We stay, we slay, we pray, we say,
Yeah, Grand Rising family. Shout out to everybody in the chat. Who's actually in the chat? We got the Mandalorian, Golden Brown, Jesse Paris, aka Sheh Nkrumah. Don't kill me. Yeah, I know it's a Kwame last name. I always got trouble with it. Tiger Crane, Shakir, peace, man. Okay, people, yeah, every time I go live, the phone rings exactly when I go live. God damn. Your granddaddy nurse, Sam B, ABI, Aki. We have, I said, okay, so we got Brother Michael. Brother Mike, I just made you a moderator. Gave you a lineage wrench. Go ahead and like the video, subscribe, hit the notification button, and thank you. The likes. Yes, the likes should be up. It's going to be important library. I'm going to do I'm going to play some videos, but it's going to be a lot of reading here. Okay, so first and foremost, I made this post right here. I didn't even know a lot of Haitians were subscribed to my channel. I would have done it anyway. I don't post things because somebody's absent. But I didn't know there was a lot of Haitians that were subscribed to the channel. But anyway, the facts are the facts. So yesterday, I'm going to play a couple things. We had an interesting call by a dude named Pombo when he comes on the panel, but in the chat, his name is Huey. So he has some questions. I hear that he's a mulatto, and he asked about blacks, free blacks owning other blacks on plantations. You see, so when he asked that question, I didn't get upset. You dig? Because I know some of that's true, but there's context there. So I was quickly able to educate on the context about that because I know my history. So likewise, if Haitians know their history, and I make a similar statement like, hey, did you know that Haitians re-enslaved themselves after they freed themselves from slavery? Why would you be up in arms? If that's a lie, I invited every last one of them to the chat. Like, hey, let's talk about it. This is a conversation, just like it was a conversation yesterday about free blacks, Americans owning other plantations with black people on them. So, that was a conversation that was needed. It was educational. He learned something, and so did the chat. Good dig, and that was a freestyle off the top of the head. Because once you know your history, you don't got to keep Googling. So I challenge every one of those Haitians or Pan-Africanists to come over here and let's just talk about it. No debate. Let's just talk about what happened after you so-called chased the French away. What happened afterwards with Toussaint and his whip? So I'm going to show you the post, and I'm going to read the backlash. So this is the actual post 4 days ago. Did you know Haitians re-enslaved themselves right after they won their freedom against the French family? That's either fake news or real news. Or that's either facts or fiction. 99 likes, 68 comments. Now, that's a lot for a post. This ain't even a video. This is a still image post. Okay. So I'm gonna take you to this person right here. This is the Haitian historian. Okay, let's read what the Haitian historian says. He says, re-enslave themselves, question marks. Come on, man, please do better than this. Okay, so that means my phraseology of my wordplay is incorrect. Okay. He said, what happened was tonight he's gonna tell the real history. So what I said was false, according to him. But this is going to be the real history. Now, don't forget, this is somebody who's saying I'm wrong, I'm an agent, and this is the real history. All right, so let's read the real history. This revised bullshit. What happened was while they were still fighting the French, British, Spanish, mulattoes, aliens, Tupac, everybody came down and fought them, and they defeated all of them. Anyway, the newly escaped slaves, not free, needed to contribute to the agriculture of, okay, look what he said. He says, while they were still fighting the British, French, Spanish, mulattoes, the newly escaped slaves, not free, okay? So you got free slaves and escaped. Anyway, needed to contribute to the agriculture of the land. What you mean they needed? Listen to the language. The newly escaped slaves needed to contribute to the agriculture. What do you mean need? They need to do that. See, here we go with the trick bag language. It's one thing to say, hey man, you gotta want to do something. Like when Black Americans went into Black Reconstruction and went to like places of politics and Congress, we needed to do it, but we just did it. Nobody told us we needed to do that. Like we built what we built. We didn't need to build it. We just felt like that was necessary. But his opinion, they needed to contribute. So and re-enslaving them is this slave master talk right here. Yes. No chocolate. You get your peanut butter bread. Okay. So this is slave master talk right here. These free, newly escaped slaves, they need to contribute to the agriculture. This is what Toussaint said. They need to contribute to the agriculture of the land because everyone stopped working. So if you have a new nation that was in the great need of labor, so they started. So they started a movement of labor to ensure. Okay, they started a movement of labor to ensure food production. So there was no re-enslavement. So knowing re-enslavement, they instead started a movement of labor to ensure food production and a new you got to learn how to write, my boy. New economy dependent, like he said, of on French and other was efficient. If you want to correct me, bro, at least be illiterate. This type of rhetoric is okay. So that's what happened, right? So my type of rhetoric saying that Haitians re-enslaved themselves, he says it's dangerous without context and actual research. By the way, many early nations applied this practice to. Okay, so now you're gonna justify it by many other nations. All right, whatever. But so this movement you're talking about, other nations applied this practice to ensure their new countries would be self-sustaining. This is a damn shame, bro. So he's saying I'm misinformed somebody. A guy who can't write, an illiterate is going to tell me what I did in the post. The headline was misinformation is sick. And look at the fool that just took this at first hand without looking it up. So the person, okay, so he looked it up. Then he goes on to pout his chest and say, unbiased Ron don't know how to read and research. Ignorance is bliss, and this is why we suffer for a lack of knowledge. Side note, one of the main leaders of the revolution, Toussaint, was still fascinated by French influence. And so now here go to explaining. See, I just said some bullshit. And now back to Toussaint. Remember, he never named Toussaint one time. Okay, and I got the picture up here. It's Toussaint. You did. So I don't know how you give context and don't talk about Toussaint. So now at the end, see, Toussaint, he was still fascinated with the French influence and government. He wanted Haiti to become a free state, but as a French colony, so all of the other Haitian generals backdoored him. Okay, so oh my God, to get him out of the way because they knew he could not truly be a leader of a black state. Well, it's not black, buddy. That's a Haitian state. Nobody in 1804 was calling himself black. This is a Haitian state. So I could tell that this person is a FBA Pan-Africanist. He's not even Haitian. While worshiping the French, get your facts straight. Good Lord. Okay, so now this person just cooked me. All right, so this part is wrong right here. According to him, they didn't re-enslave themselves. This is clickbait, right? Okay. All right, cool. Now, you know you can't lie in 2025. Yeah, I know y'all can't lie in 2025. Nobody can lie in 2025. That's the new slogan. Yeah, I love these slogans. Nobody can lie in 2025. All right. All right. Like Jay-Z told Jim Jones, that's balling. All right. Okay. All right. Okay. All right. So we're gonna really touch on what really happened. Who's right? Who's wrong? All right. Let me look at that. Okay. So I said, well, maybe the brother's right. Maybe I'm wrong. Let me go back and check my facts. Okay. This brother might be right, and I'm wrong. Okay. So now I read that with you guys. Now let me read what I got with my facts, because I'm wrong. So I gotta check my facts. So I checked my facts. Hold on. Okay, the thing froze. Did it freeze? Okay. So I checked my facts. Did Toussaint re-enslave Haitians? What is the first? Let me make this bigger. Because I'm like, I know I can read. I know he can't write. So maybe what he read, he don't really comprehend it. Did Toussaint re-enslave Haitians? Yes. So he said, get my facts straight. Well, I did. I went back and double checked myself because I can possibly flawed in error. I understand those things. Sometimes, look, I had to go to sleep last night. Look, I even woke up late today. I was really all this research I'm doing, trying to keep updated with, give you guys the updates. It kind of wore me down. So, yes, Toussaint effectively reimposed a coercive plantation labor system. Hello, after the Haitian Revolution, after the Haitian Revolution's initial phase. Though not slavery in the chattel sense, it was functionally forced labor backed by military discipline. Know what that means? You better pick that cotton. Okay? White folks had whips over you. They had Negroes with guns. Shout out to Robert F. Williams. They had Negroes with guns. In fact, let's see. I can know what I'm referencing. This was a little. This is a funny. So y'all can see what I'm referencing. There you go. Negroes with guns. All right. So while the white man was over them with whips, or over us with whips, saying you better work, forced labor, Toussaint had the Haitians, the Haitians military over them with guns, saying you better keep working. Okay, which was deeply represented by formerly enslaved population. Key facts. Toussaint's 1801 Constitution outlawed slavery in name. Yeah, you could. White folks did the peonage system in America after slavery. Okay, yeah, it was not called slavery by name, but it's called slavery after slavery, like whatever you want to call it. So it says, yeah, he outlawed the name slavery just so he can trick bag them to this. However, he forced the formerly enslaved to return to plantations. Family, take a second. Let me drink my coffee. When you force somebody to return to something and do harsh, hard labor, that's not slavery. Okay. Like I said, he re-enslaved the Haitians after they fought to be freed from slavery. It's a fact. So next time you call yourself checking me, debunking me, you should check your facts, update your facts. Stop reading those Pan-Africanist books. Okay, that they always hold up every live. Stop reading that bullshit and go to history. Go to resources, credible sources to learn this stuff. Get a good book, not just any old Pan-Africanist book. Now keep in mind, he's supposed to be checking me. Okay, so anyway, it says, however, he used military officers as plantation overseers. I wasn't joking. I wasn't joking when I said the white man in America had whips to ensure work, and he had Negroes with guns to ensure work got done correctly. This is a fact. He imposed harsh penalties for desertion or refusal to work. Family? Am I wrong now? When I said, did the Haitians re-enslave themselves after they fought to be free from slavery? So yeah, this is embarrassing. He also justified he also justified this as essential for reviving the economy. Ain't that the same justification white people did? White slave masters did? I mean, of course, Toussaint, you idiot. Like, what else would you get free labor for? It's to boost your economy and make your country great. That's what free labor is. That's what the colonial system is used for. It's to use a little differently, but it's you to work hard in your country just to give it to them so they can bring it to their country and make their country great. All right. So I mean, I could drop the mic right here. Okay, let's go on. This was not voluntary. This was not voluntary wage labor. It was state controlled and people could not freely leave plantations. It was a military enforced agriculture regime where people were no longer legally property but in practice had little control over their lives or labor. So call it what you want. When we read the definition of chattel slavery or forced labor, this is the definition, family, what Toussaint did. Even Toussaint's allies were alarmed. Many Haitians view this as a betrayal of the revolution's promise of freedom. Toussaint's lieutenant, Jean-Jacques Dessalines, eventually broke with him over this very issue. So Dessalines left this clown because of this slavery type thing he was doing. So I was right. So now we're gonna click the Pan-Africanists. Okay. And because they love to revise history to make themselves look good. Like they okay. So now here's the Pan-Africanist revisionism. So even the research admits that Pan-Africanist revisionism or contextual truth, the Pan-Africanist statement you quoted tries to justify Toussaint's actions as a necessary transitional policy because I fact checked him. I said, hey, he said this bullshit. What do you say to this? I know it's garbage, but I like AI to cook you because AI don't hold back, don't pull back punches, don't hold back punches. Frame the labor system as a survival tactic amid economic collapse and war. Blame the French system and Toussaint's basically naivety for the eventual backlash. All right. So yeah, it's always blame the white man for the backlash that Toussaint caught from Dessalines and other Haitians. So what is true? Haiti obviously needed labor to avoid collapse. That's every country that got a forced labor system. The French colonies still demanded sugar and coffee. Toussaint did not want to remain autonomous under nominal French sovereignty. Well, why would you if you got your freedom? Hoping for trade protections and global legitimacy. How you break free and then expect your former slave masters to go into business with you. Anyway, the revolution wasn't fully over. French, Spanish, and British threats lingered. What's misleading? What the dude said that I read. It downplays that former slaves were angry and resistant to forced labor, often fleeing plantations. So Toussaint, what he tried, Haitians hated him, and a lot of them ran away. Toussaint had runaway slaves. Okay, they ran away from Toussaint. What the dude said earlier, justifying this bullshit, it ignores that Toussaint banned worker mobility and punished disobedience militarily, hallmarks of involuntary servitude. Also, it paints critics of this system as ignorant when, in fact, many Haitians of the time felt betrayed. So it's saying that the research cooked him. It said that it paints critics of the system as ignorant. So he called me ignorant. And the AI said that. AI said it's going to paint critics as ignorant when, in fact, many Haitians of the time felt betrayed. Okay, so that ain't me. I'm representing the Haitians. Okay, let's go down. What did Haitians feel about this? There were widespread revolts against Toussaint's policies. Oh, so it wasn't all good in the hood. People refused to go back to plantations, leading to mass repression. Leading to mass repression. Some even refer to it as a secondary slavery. So this ain't unbiased Ron talking. This ain't FBA News and Updates. Some Haitians that were involved in this or looking back at this, they felt that this was a second slavery, like white people in America, but they did it to themselves. This tension between revolutionary ideals and state control is one reason why Dessalines, not Toussaint, ultimately became Haiti's founding father after declaring full independence in 1804. So if you ever wonder why you hear Dessalines' name all the time when it comes to the Haitian Revolution is because they're trying to omit this damn coon. They're trying to act like Toussaint never lived because he embarrassed the Haitians. He sold them out. So the whole time, Toussaint wasn't really against slavery. He just was against who benefited from slavery and who controlled it. He wanted to be that slave master, and he became that slave master. Was Toussaint fascinated by the French? Yes, to a degree. Because that was the claim. He modeled Haiti's constitution after France's, wanted Haiti to be a semi-autonomous French colony. He was probably better off with that, as long as slavery remained abolished. That was their best route. He believed France military and diplomatic recognition was needed to protect Haiti and European invasion and internal fragmentation. That's an actual fact. That's what Ibrahim Traoré is doing with Russia. And what else? The admiration and moderation caused him support among revolutionary radicals. Napoleon later arrested him, fearing he was too powerful. Okay. So here's the summary. So the claim was Toussaint re-enslaved Haitians. That's true in practice, not in name. He informed military labor discipline and compelled plantation workers. That's a fact. So the question was, did you know Haitians re-enslaved themselves after they won their freedom from slavery against the French? That's a fact. They did. Okay. Haiti needed labor to survive. True. It's no excuse though. Haitians supported the system. False. Because he acted like, oh, this was a new labor movement and they need to get back to agriculture. They hated this style of involuntary slavery. Did Toussaint admire? See, they always mix up truth with falsehood. So it doesn't matter who he admired. The question I proposed was, did you know that they re-enslaved themselves? And the answer is yes. And all you had to do is say, yes, man, Toussaint was a coon. He admired the French and he couldn't, you know what I mean? There'd be no argument. But you can't say no. I need to be more informed. I got to check my facts. And that's why none of them called in. If I would have kept showing you what the dialogue, I gave them all the damn Zoom link, phone numbers, and today I gave them the link to this live. All right, well, come listen, right? So you could pray to your God that you didn't hop on this panel, because I wouldn't be so calm had you hopped on. Okay, so this was common practice for a new nation. So remember, he tried to say all nations do this. That's partially true. Many post-colonial states struggled with labor systems, but Haiti's was especially coercive given its context. So no, that's partially true. They all ain't do it like you. They all understood they needed to work. But again, you don't force people to work. That's slavery, man. Or that's this. Not that. This is you want to hold up books. Well, this is the book I got. So it's either slavery or this. Okay. Slavery by another name. That's what it is. There you go. So, and that's as we read, that's exactly what it was. It was slavery just by another name. So Jim Crow is slavery by another name. The peonage system, sharecropping, convict leasing, all those things are slavery by another name. Yeah, so I mean, but they were smart. They knew they couldn't hop on this damn lie and defend that lie. Nobody can lie. Here's the slogan. Nobody can lie in 2025. So I want Unc to call back in because he said some things about Tariq Nasheed and this and that. And yes, this live is about the Black American Heritage Flag. So let's cover a little bit about that. So I'm gonna cover a little bit. We're gonna play a video and then backtrack and go deeper into it. All right. So give me a second. Give me a second. Slavery is the European way of life. Your granddaddy nurse says, great Thursday to all the family coming in. That's right. Ray Ray said, you want to talk about Jamaican slavery? Maybe another time, but I wanted to really just debunk any notion that I was lying or misleading or misinformed about Haitians re-enslaving themselves after they won their freedom. They did it right away. Okay, right away. So that I was right, you were wrong, as always. Okay, feed me more. Jamaicans went through slavery too. Now I know. So it's not about going through slavery. It's about it's about getting from slavery and then purposely re-enslaving yourselves. Okay. That's what I was reading. It was, of course, the people of the diaspora period went to slavery, but when they gained their freedom and they or their independence or whatever they were supposed to do, did they re-enslave themselves after the white man left? That was the question. And it's true. 420 alien age, the architect, God body Maya, born enemy. We got Baker Boy. I said Ray Ray. K. Kai speaks. Maxwell Jenkins in the building. Who else is there? Okay, I don't have a problem. I want to. So I could. Oh, okay. All right. Okay. So let me put the Zoom link in the chat for you. I got you. There you go. That's the Zoom link. So we got Kentai, G is 8, aka Super High, said, do you believe that each individual state of America places its occupants all in different states of mind? I'll let the chat answer that one. Renaissance Woman, peace. Let's see who else. Flack. We got Flack in the building. We got King Groove in the building. We got Tiger Crane, Shakir, Golden Brown. We got DSA1, peace. Salik Bay, AV Aki, FBA Convo, as you already know. We got MC Facts in the building. Willie Joe Jesus the fifth. Was up, yeah, lazy. ain't realized that everybody just need to contribute. Like, why I gotta re-enslave people to do what's right, do what's necessary. Carlos Magus, peace. JJ Mars, brother Michael, as I gave a rinse to earlier. The Mandalorian. All right, so I put the link out there. Before Avengers, so you might be, or Africa would now be accurately depicted in mainstream maps. No more hiding Big Mama. uh, like, so you might want to hit the link before I move on. All right. So, matter of fact, I'm gonna buy some time. Let's talk a little about the heritage, Black American heritage flag. Okay. Is that okay? Can we talk about that? So I'm gonna go into it briefly, then I'm gonna go into more full in depth later. I want to drink my coffee. I'm tired of talking. Okay. So y'all skim through that. Let me sip some coffee. Now I'll read it. Give me 1 second. My coffee it's like kind of like lukewarm, a little hotter. I can't stand lukewarm coffee. So I'm gonna try to read this real fast and then maybe play the anthem maybe twice. And while I could drink this coffee down. All right, because anyway, so why Black America? So I asked the question, why did Charles Murray, one of the founders of the Black American heritage flag, say Black American instead of African American? Because you got people, Pan-Africanists specifically, like to say African American over Black American intentionally, on purpose, deliberately. So, but why did these people, the maker of the flags, choose Black American over African American? I can imagine, but this is for the chat. Many people who use Black American are specifically emphasizing descent from America slavery, Adolph's FBA, and see the term African American is too broad. So these people, okay, that the flag was created in 1967. That is how many years before Tariq Nasheed? Okay, 50, 60 years before Tariq Nasheed. And they also, Charles Murray also seen the term as African American in 1967. This was the height of Black power, you guys like to brag about. Okay. So at the height of the Black power chant, I'm Black and I'm proud, Black power, Black Wall Street, Black Panthers, the Black man is God, all that black, blackity black talk. All right. People at the time of 1960s, all through the 1860s, they felt, and before they felt African, anything with African was foreign. But in this time, if you include American, they seen it as too broad. It can include recent immigrants from Africa and the Caribbean. Okay, this ain't Tariq Nasheed. This is Charles Murray, 1967. He felt like and many at that time felt like the term African American is too broad. It can include recent immigrants from Africa and the Caribbean. Black American asserts a distinct ethnic identity rooted in U.S. Army. That's why I boldly say the only Black people in the world are people who have a lineage to slavery from America only. I understand people borrowed the term Black. I understand the blackity black movements start to call everybody with melanin Black. I understand that. You guys been bamboozled. You guys been fooled. You guys been assigned an identity that's not yours, a legacy that's not yours. And I'm taking it back. Okay. Your Black is being repoed because you are not Black. You're Haitian, you're Jamaican, you're St. Croix, you're West Indian, you're Caribbean, you're African from Nigeria, from the Igbo tribe. That's what you are. Igbo tribe, Fulani tribe. That's what you are. You're Kenyan from those tribes over there, Congo tribes, whatever. That's what you are. Okay, the only people in the world's known history to call themselves Black as a standalone identity were us, the lineage. Right. So that's why it gets confusing for a lot of first gen, second gen Caribbeans in this country, Africans in this country, mainly so Caribbeans. They get confused. They don't know if they're Black or not. And then when they hear lineage based things, because it's for Black people, they think it's them. So this is their confusion when they become first gen, second gen, third gen, because their family didn't do a good job of keeping that Jamaican, Haitian, pride in them. They allowed them to flee from it, eject from it, dethrone it, disrobe it. They took it off like a robe. And now they trying to immerse themselves in Black culture, which is fine. But you have to know the difference between immersing in it and actually being of the lineage. All right. So one more time. Many Black people who use Black American are specifically emphasizing descent from American slavery, Adolph's FBA. And I put the link out there, oh boy, and click it. Okay, many people who use Black American are specifically emphasizing descent from American slavery, Adolph's FBA, and see the term African American as too broad. It can include recent immigrants and from Africa and the Caribbean. Black American asserts a distinct ethnic identity rooted in U.S. history. Not American history, because you got to say South America, got any people included this? No. Canada, U.S. history. The difference from Tariq's movement, FBA movement, different goals. Some Black American heritage groups focus on cultural pride and unity without necessarily tying it to reparations or political demands. So that's really what's the difference, family. We just added more to it. It's the same shit. FBA similarities. Both uplift the identity of descendants of U.S. slavery, use flags, symbols, and language to define the group, and stress self-determination. But none of these Pan-Africanists or tethers would dare say Charles Murray was our leader in 1967. See, that's the hypocrisy. That's what I got to Revenue with. Revenue, was Charles Murray our leader? No. Okay, well, he did almost everything Tariq Nasheed did during his time. Oh, yeah. Oh, you did. Okay. So the FBA differences. Tariq Nasheed's FBA movement is explicitly political with an emphasis on reparations, immigration policy, and anti-lineage erasure advocacy. Okay. That's it. That's the light version. That's the light version. I got a heavier version. So I thought the light version to bait somebody to call in. You dig? I'm going fishing. I need content. I need to cook somebody. But that's the light version to bait somebody to come in. All right. So that right there deserves the anthem. He'll be flexing.
That you're just starting to get. You built the nation.
That roughly defined foundational Black Americans.
Okay, so we got what you call anti-Black, anti-FBA racists bowing down to the term FBA, Foundation Black American, using it in their hot seats where they do their political talk, rants. They're saying Foundation Black Americans. They are delineating. But we can't get no liberal or no quote unquote brother from another planet, another country to call us Foundation Black Americans. They hate it. They not for it. Now you would think the people who hate to call us foundational will be white people, because they want to lie to themselves and believe that this is their country, they built it, So you would think that they'd be the last people to call us foundational, and they're actually the first people, which is interesting. It's coming to reality. The last people to call us foundational is going to be the folks who look like us, the folks who formerly called themselves Black, which is interesting. The infiltrators. Now we see, it makes sense now. Yeah, they ain't gonna call us foundational because then their gig is up. The masks come off.
Descendants of American slaves. You've taken away the whole purpose of this. So to make the point that Kamala isn't a foundational Black American, I'm always pointing to, unless these benefits are going to roughly defined foundational Black Americans, the descendants of American slaves.
African Americans built this nation. We built this nation. You're just starting to get real credit for that. Okay, I don't know if you know that. You're just starting to get, you built the nation. We all built it, but you were such a massive part of it. Bigger than you were given credit for. Does that make sense?
That show me it's a slap.
Make no mistake, we're the only black people in y'all that only eat rat, eat cat people. You ain't black, you ain't that. Matter of fact, your black is repo, I'm taking it back. Cause y'all making it whack, faking jacks, y'all from the slave, raiding the tax. Bitch, we built the foundation, our innovations were groundbreaking. You ain't wanna get down now, you're around, hating, faking. With the linear in and out, the ground shaking. Someone say, FBI, we don't run away. We stay, we slay, we pray, we say, Someone say, FBI. people and y'all the only eat rat, eat cat people. You ain't black, you ain't that. Matter of fact, yo, black is repo, I'm taking it back. Cause y'all making it whack, faking jacks, y'all from the slave, raiding the tax. Breaks, pause, pause. We built the foundation of innovations, we're groundbreaking. Y'all ain't wanna get down, now you around, hating, faking, wiggling and eating, now the ground shaking. Someone say, FBA, we don't run away. We stay, we slay, we pray, we say. Someone say, FBA, we don't run away. We stay, we slay, we pray, we say.
Yeah, so update. So I was talking to my Guyanese friend from like a long, known for like 20 something years the other day, straight rider, from Jersey, his whole family, the entire family riders. So yeah, so there is something there, there's an alliance there, obviously. We just gotta, reach out, have an honest, open conversation about, the things we talk about. Don't make it, don't frame it, combative. Just have a genuine conversation. You'll see a lot of folks in the Caribbean, even Haiti. You'll see a lot of people rock with you. You dig? I can't say the same for Africa. I can't say the same for them, man. Now, y'all experience might be different from mine, but for one, where are they? You dig? Like they're not even in the same places that you frequent. And I always say they're purposely avoiding us. So stay over there, stay in Africa. Yeah. So I just want to say that, like, it's all efforts aren't done. There's a lot of building that can happen. Right now, we're kind of just focused on us. But I just want to say that I don't want people to take the wrong narrative. Now, there's a lot of folks from the island. Like I said, I got some Haitian folks. I got some Guyanese folks, of course, Jamaican, that are riders, like straight up, smacking white supremacists, Kufi off. So a lot of the people who are online, they don't represent the masses that are in America or back home. Right. And this is what's happening. Those revenues, those American dreams, they are trying to control the narrative and then spill that back in like their enclaves, their Caribbean enclaves, to try to gaslight them to believe that we're on something else. And that's what's happening. So now they don't know what's going on, and their first reaction is, what? Oh, they start in trouble. No different than when what's the dude name? The black dude, the little karate guy that was on Vlad, and Vlad tried to use him against Turk Nasheed. And Turk Nasheed was like, nah, it's the way you phrase it. Like the way you phrase FBA, Foundation Black Americans, it made him like respond that way. Michael Jai White. Was that his name? But see, so family, these people can purposely phrase it where it's offensive, like what we're doing, delineating, self-identifying. They could purposely phrase it. That's what they're doing. They're purposely phrasing it as though we're offensive, troublemakers, things like that. So people are responding that way until they get corrected. Anyway, oh, breaking news. Okay, wait. So we got some super chats. Let's get it. So okay, so the super chat does work. I thought it was broke today. So let's get it. 199. As she said, pound hashtag FBA. We got V4 Avengers who be adding to the content, bringing that fire. Him and SLLE44. FBA convo will be right on the money, contributing to the conversation. Definitely, holding down against the guests who become adversarial. V4 Vengeance says, hey, Ron, American Dream comes over here to plunder for content. I checked the last two lives, straight empty. No one was watching. No content for FBA. Yeah. So I don't mind. 'Cause I got nothing to hide. And that was always my position way before way before I decided to defend the lineage. That was always my thing. Like, I got nothing to hide. So when that black nationalist guy came on here talking about FBI, oh, dude, that's not our problem, bro. We're not criminals. We're not communists. We're not anti-America. You dig? What the hell am I hiding? I'm not an illegal, violent immigrant, or I overstayed my visa. Why am I hiding from the FBI and CIA and ICE? Dude, we ain't hiding nowhere. Like, we got a Superman outfit on as we walk around the streets, bro. We're not right. We're not hiding from nobody. So all this, no, we're gonna have to organize in secrecy. No, organize in public, because all that secrecy shit is gonna get you're gonna have that. How old boy be saying? You're gonna get that flashbang grenade. You did that secrecy stuff. No, sir. No, 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 no. I'm not gonna be responsible for nobody getting injured. We're gonna have an open, everything publicly open everything. Nah, we don't do we this is our country. We help build it, as you see. Even the ops admit to that. So we're not hiding for nothing. We're not CIA, FBI. Nah, that's y'all issue. It's not ours. The federal agencies are after. They ain't after us. Let me just say that. All right. So that's not our issue. We got T1 Production. We got World Views in the building. We got Born Enemy in the building. We got Sport Lee, who just popped up. We got Balanced Warrior. All right. So anyway, let's get to this update. All right. Because y'all don't really understand my lyrics in that song. Yeah, that song, the FBA National Anthem, I did write. I did produce. That's all me. You guys can use it, download it free. Everybody can use it. You won't get flagged because it's mine. I created everything. Wrote the song, the hook, and everything. Because unbeknownst to y'all, some years ago, I do rap. I just not trying to be a rapper. But anyway, I stay in my lane. So when I say we're the only black people, y'all the only eat rat, eat cat people, that's not a shot. Listen to this.
What is illegal and unusual? These discoveries at Detroit Metro Airport.
Yeah, bush meat. That's meat from rats, bats, baboons, and more. I know we got your attention. The feds aren't monkeying around with this. Fox 2's Jessica Dupek is live at the airport.
He said, I ain't catch that before. He said the feds aren't monkeying around with this. That's funny.
Jessica, meat. That's meat from rats, bats, baboons, and more. I know we got your attention. The feds aren't monkeying around with this. Fox 2's Jessica Dupek is live at the airport. Jessica, do explain.
Yeah, we need some context here, right, Rupe and Amy? So this is crazy. Customs and Border Protection, they seize back-to-back bushmeat smugglers here at DTW. Now, the first one, it was 11 pounds of rodent meat in someone's luggage. And a couple days later, they found 52 pounds of monkey meat stacked away. We had to ask passengers what they thought.
I wasn't trolling.
Oh, that's gross.
The faces say it all.
Oh, well.
What do you think of that?
That's disgusting.
Back-to-back seizures of bushmeat at Detroit Metro Airport in 1 week. First, 11 pounds of rodent meat in the bags of a passenger coming from Togo in West Africa.
That is not appetizing at all, I would say. I do like red meat, though.
And next up, the headliner, Customs and Border Protection uncovering 52 pounds of primate meat.
That's a lot of monkey meat. My goodness.
The passenger claimed it as antelope meat, but the monkey meat coming from Central Africa, possibly this little guy or this.
Okay, so when people say Africa eat monkeys, that's not a shot. That's a fact. Okay. And they even showed you what monkeys they do eat. And by the way, that's how we got HIV today, family. Eating those monkeys. Okay, we got COVID-19 by Chinese people messing with bats and all type of bushmeat stuff, wet market stuff. Well, Africans are responsible for HIV. Eating those damn monkeys is how we got HIV. Don't make me fact check that. Just take that hook, line, and sinker. You don't want me to go into that. It won't look good on Africa.
Sun-tailed monkey.
It looks tasty.
You're lying.
No, it looks good.
You'd eat that.
I'd eat it.
You're kidding.
I'm kidding.
Customs and Border Protection says primate seizures are very rare.
What's the weirdest thing in your bag right now?
No comment.
We had to ask.
What's the craziest thing you've eaten?
The craziest thing I probably ever eaten was my wife's meatloaf.
I believe you, because I don't eat no white dishes. I mean, it got to be something they're known for, like maybe spaghetti. I eat that from white household, but again, I have to see their kitchen, and there's a lot of white people who clean, but yeah, so that matters. BR, I'm going to lose. Lose to what? History? You talking about? Here, you click the link and explain how I'm gonna lose. Hold on. Like, dude, come on, man. You can't. The slogan is "You can't lie in 2025." Okay, so if I'm a lose, that just means I'm lying. You dig? The only person who loses is the person who lies. Just keep that in mind. If you lose, I mean you lied. You can't lie with all this BR. You can't lie with all this AI, my boy. But here you go. AI link. Give me a sample of this loss I'm gonna take with that. Give me that. Click that link. Okay. All right. So BR, I'm going to time you out for a half an hour. Okay. And if you talk slick after that, I'm going to time you out for 24 hours. Okay. That's a good question, though. The good question is, what is in my genealogy? Okay. Just know that I'm FBA. I'm Foundation Black American in every sense possible. So when we do genealogy tests, right? Genetic tests, it's going to show a multiple things in there, right? It's going to show a different African countries in small percentages, BR. So now, so you said, am I Italian? No. I actually got German. So you got the wrong one. You got the wrong European country. Yvette Carnell got Italian in her. She's like 34% Italian. So just, you want to know, BR, mine is German. And yes, I'm not really dark, as you can imagine. Like most FBAs, we're not dark skinned, my boy. The average FBA looks like Denzel Washington. I don't know where you've been at, but we are not a dark race like that. Okay. Look at Jay-Z and a couple other guys. They're not Chris Rock. They're not super dark skinned. There's nothing wrong with that. I'm just saying that our lighter shades are evidence of the mixture that we guys experience in our ethnogenesis, the Native Americans, slave masters, and whoever else that's there. All right. So yes, the average FBA person you look at is not going to be super jack dark skin like a Haitian or a person from Nigeria. So now, since you want to troll, I said Italian. I love spaghetti. So all of us named our 5 best dishes. Okay. And Italian was there for most of us. So I could freestyle mine. Soul food, number 1. I said, what? Number 2, I don't really know. So these are out of order. Mexican food, Jamaican food, Chinese food, and the 5th one was Italian. Okay, so I named a dish I like. I said I can eat Italian. So just to answer your question, yes, I got a lot of German in me, and I don't have a lot of African in me. So that's why I laugh when you guys call us all African. Like, yo, where is the African in me? 10%, 15%, 2%. That's your African? Okay, good for you. All right. Anyway, yeah. So I timed you out. You come back talking slick, you'll have a 24-hour timeout. Yes. Anyway, so matter of fact, that's a good segue to this. So I'm gonna show you. I was talking to a woman because I'm a real socialist. As far as social, I'm a real socializer, not socialist. I'm a real socializer. So it's easy for me to talk to people and gain information from them. And I always ask people if they're FBA when I meet them. I always ask them about their lineage. You dig? And hold on. Before I do that, this popped up.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Okay. So before I do that, this popped up.
Go ahead, son. As I was going back to see, he pointed out for me I could go back when I want to. Go back to where? Huh?
Sir, could you stand up? We can't hear you. Could you stand?
So family, this video is anywhere between the early 1950s to the late 1960s. It could be anywhere in there, but I strongly believe this is like 1957, somewhere around there. That's my best guess on this.
Go ahead, son.
As I was going back to see, he pointed out for me I could go back when I want to. Go back to where? Huh? Go anywhere
Sir,
you
could you
want.
stand up? We can't hear you. Could you stand up over there by the microphone?
You mean to Africa? Do you mean to Africa? Do you mean to Africa? We are not Africans no more.
Okay, so this is 1,000 years before ADOS, 1,000 years before Tutankhamun, and 1,000 years before the Black American Heritage Flag. I'm gonna touch on a little later. This young man, about 21 years old, said, he said, go back to where Africa. He said, we aren't African no more. African no more. I'm telling you guys, this was a common concept amongst Foundation Black Americans. These Pan-Africanists like they're lying to you. That's why they get on the channel and they just rant. They don't want to have a real honest dialogue. Rant, confusion. They just can't talk regular. Okay. So this dude said, I'm not African no more. Light years before Tariq, light years before Nados, and even light years before Charles Murray.
Sir, could you stand up? We can't hear you. Could you stand up over there by the microphone?
You mean to Africa? Do you mean to Africa? Do you mean to Africa? We are not Africans no more. You have raped our great-grandmothers and stuff and changed us. Let me finish. And gave us a name as a Negro. I am not a Negro. A Negro is a person with a slave at the man. I just want to tell you that. And don't say nothing else to me.
Sir?
That's our culture. That's our culture. We'll cook you, and when it's a serious conversation, we'll say, don't say one more word to me after we're done. Okay? Because he knew it was coming next. Had he said one more word, when the Foundation of Black America say, don't say nothing else to me, that's law. Even to other Foundation of Black Americans, we know that's law. We know one more word, it's on. It's gonna be a lot of swinging, a lot of furniture moving around, as they say. All right, so anyway, I want y'all to take a look at this. I was trying to show Unc this the other day, but the subject already changed. Okay, so this is going to respond to what BR said. Now, this ain't mine, because I told you that my European lineage comes from Germany, all right? And the other, I got the regular African stuff. This is from a person I spoke to on a fly, and they trust me enough to screenshot their American Me results. Okay, so this is to answer BR, hateful tether statement. So this was a Black woman. So she's 26% Nigerian. She's 22% Northern Western Europe, England, Britain. Okay, and then this is that African guy who's going viral. Where he's at? This Benin and Togo. No, I think he was Ghanaian. Nah, never mind. But anyway, look at these small percentages of Africa in her. That's all. This is almost all of our genetic profiles. Okay, all of it's gonna have these low. The most you're gonna see in a given African country, maybe 40%, maybe. Okay, but look at these low percentages in there. Now look, you see all these countries are mainly African countries. You see one right here that says 22% Britain, okay? Now with all these African countries and this one European country, you should naturally expect her to be dark as Bernie Mac. Okay? This woman is lighter than Mariah Carey. She's black. She's lighter than Mariah Carey, though. All right. Okay. So this genetic profile, this is a typical FBA genetic profile. So any FBA person that shows their genetic genetic test results are going to look similar to this. And that's so that's what I'm trying to say. Like, you can't fake FBA. You can lie online. I give you a wrench, but when it's time to take that test, that genetic test, and we say, hey, let me look at genetic profile, whether you believe the test or not, at some point it's going to be mandatory. Just take it for shits and giggles. If you think the test is for entertainment purposes only, then take it for just for that. Then let's do it for shits and giggles. But I guarantee it looks like this. Now, ask one of your African friends, that Nigerian who stays away from you, that Kenyan who stays away from you. Ask them to take theirs. It will not look like this. So that's how easy it is to tell who's FBA, who's not, for all of those who want to know. All right? It's that easy. All right, let me read some of the. If an African says hello to you, you African. If an African bumps into you or steps on your foot, you African. If you watch Roots, Osaka, Zulu, you African. Okay. And don't say nothing else to me. Yeah, balance. Yeah, you know that warning. Respectfully disagree. Some from Africa, majority is from America. Let me see. Respectfully disagree. Some from Africa, majority. Okay. No, I'm saying yeah. I'm saying like you'll see that. You'll see that. It won't be. All I'm trying to say is this is. All I'm trying to say is this is probably the average genetic profile you see. It's gonna look something like this. Now, I never seen a genetic profile where one FBA person. So listen to me clearly. You see how this says 26% Nigerian? I don't believe an FBA person is going to show 80% Nigerian. Now, if you combine all these up, is 80%, but that's not what I'm speaking to. I'm saying one country like this, I don't believe an FBA person is going to say 80%. So that's what I'm saying. Okay, so yeah, just want to be clear. Okay, so Wall Street Willie says, anyone know how to copy the Zoom link from the YouTube app? Let me just put the phone number in. If y'all struggling with that, let me throw this in there. Yeah, put it on. So, BR, you were trolling, but your trolling became a learning lesson. You see how that works? So to answer your question, no, I don't have Italian in me, but other FBAs do. What's your point? All of our FBA family got European in us. You dig? So let me play this. Let me play this as a. I gotta make my son some his favorite peanut butter bread. So let me do that. Let me play this guy in the background.
How do you name a child that is not born or is not there?
I guess I never thought about
Somebody made a word because black people found themselves in a country that once wronged them by holding them as slaves. And they believe in their heads, if they can hold me slave, anything they do thereafter must be based on my skin color.
So are you saying like the term racism was invented by a black man and not a white man?
Why would a white man invent that? He had a reason he bought you as a slave purely for economic reasons, not based on your skin color. If that were the case, then we would agree here, no country would have bought people from within that country. Europeans bought each other as slaves. Is that not true? Now, Norwegians.
Yeah, that's true, man.
The Latvians.
Same with the Vikings.
That's correct.
Romans,
and where are they today? Yeah, the whole of Northern Europe. How about the Romans? You think they bought Africans? No, they bought people from the Mediterranean.
And you know what, Zanu? It makes me think about after slavery happened, there was a group of black people, black men, who bought land and owned slaves, and they actually were so horrible.
Well, that is not a fake story. In fact, some very historian told us.
That is absolutely a fake story. What she's talking about, this is like FBA hatred. Anybody can cook, anybody call in. The phone number's there, call in. That is an absolutely fake story. They're overrepresenting it. You might have had one or two crazed out Negroes that tried that. But call in. And okay, so these guys are just self-hatred. All right. And they just have not just self-hatred, they hate FBA. Okay. They can't give about 1 or 2 stories of that. That's it. Okay. That's uncomparable to what happened in Haiti under Toussaint. So, but they are grossly misrepresenting that part of history. And anybody get cooked today, the phone number's there. Repeat that. Go ahead and repeat that.
Same story. Thomas Orwell, he knows because that is his field. And he said almost 3,160.
Okay, so I'm done there. He repeated Thomas Sowell. That is not his field. Thomas Sowell is an economist. He's not a historian. All right, so let's move on. Okay, when you got a lie like that, no need to play the rest. He referenced Thomas Sowell. Really? Okay, cool. Let's move on. I know you called in. Just give me a second. I'm over here making breakfast. Give me a second.
Off on a tangent because I want to stay with the conversation. I want to stay with
you're saying. You're saying they're not tapped in. You saying they being basically misled because they're not tapping into the conversation.
I didn't say that they were misled. Like I don't have a problem with them attempting to embrace and influence, direct, or educate different groups to develop within Black America. Like I don't have a problem with that. But what I'm but hold on 1 second. What I'm saying is that the people who you just mentioned don't have the lens of somebody who has the proximity that I have. I was the first person to put a critique of ADOS on record. I was
and Africans, all right. And I believe that there is actually more things that we have in common than they are that actually separate us. First of all, a lot of us share ancestry, and it's very funny that one of the reasons why I decided to have this space was because I was in a previous space, and somebody there was saying that Africans are trying to steal African American culture, that we don't have any culture in Africa, that we are very backward on the continent of Africa, and everything we learn from them. And that made me pause and wonder, how exactly does the mind of the average Black American work? What exactly do they see? What are the things or what are the notions that they have that will make them come to, these types of conclusions?
Okay, so you want me to speak to that?
Okay, yeah, sure. Go ahead.
So me personally, and again, I don't get into these cultural conversations or whatever. Like that's some low level thinking. I don't talk about I don't even use the word culture. Like the word culture, if any Black American using the word culture, I feel like it should be banned. Like coming with this at the foundation and the thing.
What exactly is it that you people do that you think that we take from you?
I'm not saying you're necessarily take. I'm just saying you don't acknowledge the influence. You'd rather be a hater than not acknowledge. And some do acknowledge.
What is the influence that the Black American culture has?
So our music or whatever, hip hop to the funk or jazz or whatever. Like Fela Kuti, he acknowledged like he took influence from that played a part within Afro beats. Even some of the fashion or whatever, like Burna Boy's rock certain things in his music videos and stuff. That's just considered that what Black Americans did within our hip hop or whatever. Caribbeans too, they will never acknowledge that. Like for some odd reason, people think now that this whole debacle with the hip hop, they saying that hip hop came from Jamaica, and that's just not true. But since we allowed a Jamaican whatever the fuck his name is, I can't even think of his name. I don't care for him, but.
Hey, caller, what's going on? What's your name in the chat, caller?
All right, am I muted? Yo.
Yeah, you unmuted. Yeah.
Peace, family.
Peace.
Yeah, this Wall Street Willie, man. I've been listening to your channel, you know what I mean, in the mornings when I'm getting my day started for work and all of that. And yeah, you've said some things that I would kind of question or push back on, but I do enjoy the content. So
Cool. Now we here for the pushback. Yeah,
I
yeah.
definitely
So
wanted to pop out and have a conversation. Now, I'm not trying to be the anti-villain over here because
nah,
a
just
lot of the
talk. Look,
things,
look. You don't got to preface with that, bro. Just go.
um, I mean, so I wanted to ask you a question, right? So you do a pretty good job at, putting on display some of the African sentiment towards Black Americans, but there is the other side of that, right? So for the Africans and the descendants of Africans that do respect our plight here in America and do have, genuine well wishes for us and support for what we're going through, what's your vibe with them? I'm curious.
Okay, you must have just hopped on, bro. I just clearly. Well, first of all, let me say two things to that. I just said that I just got off the phone with my Haitian friend yesterday. I just made that public announcement. And I just said a lot of got my Guyanese friend actually, Guyanese friend. I said Guyanese. I got Haitian friends though. I said a lot of them are riders. The Guyanese dude, his whole family I rock with. They're riders. They don't think about us at all. They do their own thing. Okay, what I said was you're saying this mythical African stuff. We don't even know Africans. They're not around us like the Haitians and Jamaicans. They're not at our bars. They're not at our sporting events. They're not at the malls with us. They're not in anything we do on a regular basis. We do not see an African. Okay, so now that don't mean they're the op. That just means they are over there. I look at them as dark skinned Chinese people. We don't be around them. There's no communication, zero, other than work or like some business type of transaction. That's it. Work,
So,
employee, boss. Go ahead.
so now there's two things about that for me. Maybe I gotta, get the what was his name? Barry Bonds asterisk, right? Because I'm from New York. So I'm around
I'm
the
from Jersey.
ball.
Okay. I'm from
Yeah.
Jersey. I'm in Jersey right now. So go. So
So
okay.
I'm saying
So
when you pass through New York, you are around them, right?
okay, that's not okay. Are they where you're at? Do they go to Black American events? Yes or no? The things we
Absolutely.
frequent.
Absolutely. Like even in the
Okay.
conversation about the whole Essence Festival, a
Wait,
big part of it is the fact
Wait,
that they were there.
no, I don't want to do that. I don't care about that. But they took it over. They bought it. Okay, now watch this. You're from New York. I'm New Jersey. Good. We're both around them. Okay.
Right.
So what have we ever done together now? Now name some businesses because they're around us now. So we should
Well, that
benefit
I
each other.
can't name. I would agree with
Exactly.
you
Exactly. So it's a
on
nothing
that
burger.
level,
So
right?
okay, it's a
That
nut. So yeah. Wait, hold on. Huh? So, because when you talk, I was quiet. You chimed in when I was talking. So I
well,
want
now
to
you cut me
establish.
off. I was trying to land though. What I was saying was you made the statement that we don't interact with them, but
Yeah,
now
we
after a
don't.
bit of dialogue, we kind
No, no,
of
no.
agree.
All right. So I gotta mute you, bro. I never agreed to that shit. That's your experience, man. What I didn't want to do is deny your experience. So I consider what you said as true, your experience. I didn't say we still interact with them. I'm saying you have African city when you're in the communities. Like what I'm saying is you don't have a community where we're intertwined, we're mixed in. When they come into America, it's usually African town, and we come into their cities. They're not coming to ours in small numbers. Like for example, Newark, New Jersey. Okay, when they came into Newark, New Jersey, still now Newark Jersey's mainly Black. They got some Haitians who just came there, but Africans are not. They got stores. They're like barely seen, barely spotted. That's what I mean. Like there's no interaction. You got Hispanics, you got Spanish Newark. You got the interaction with Spanish people. There's no interaction where, in like for example, this
So
apartment building, dude, you just cut in.
now my fault. I thought you was done. My fault.
How I didn't do a comma, semicolon, but so that's what I'm saying. There's no scenario where we're living together, and it's more embarrassing because if you can establish that, then why aren't we doing something together? So everything you're saying, it ain't gonna work. But go ahead.
Well, I would disagree with that from where I'm from. So in Harlem,
Okay.
they call 116th Street now, they call that Little Senegal, right? And it's a bunch of Africans over there. But in the context of Harlem, they have to be intertwined with what we're doing. We patronize them and they patronize us. Now, I did say
What stores they patronize
we
us?
could
Wait, no, no,
hold
no.
on,
Stop. No,
hold
you
on, let me
said something.
land.
No, wait,
Yeah,
no. It's not about landing, bro. It's not about landing. It's about making points and they got to be accurate.
that's what
So
I'm trying to
now,
do though.
okay, stop. You don't need to go further though. What stores do they patronize of ours? Go.
They patronize a lot of black businesses,
Name
like
one.
black.
Name one.
So
Exactly. All right, go on. Continue.
nah.
Go on. I cut that live, but go ahead. So you can finish now.
Well, now you didn't cut the lie because what I'm saying is I can't give you a registry of black
I know.
businesses
I know.
in Harlem
So
anymore
then don't
because
say
I'm
they
not.
supported them. Right. So don't say they supported. If you can't
Hold
prove
on,
that,
brother. Can I make the point, bro? I'm
no, you got. I
not
said
being
go.
I'm not being contentious. I'm
Yes,
not
you are. You being
disagree.
passive aggressive. Okay, whatever.
Come on,
Just make your
bro.
just land your plane. Land your plane. Go ahead.
So I'm saying that's a flat out lie. Yes, they do spend money with black
You
businesses
didn't
in
name a
Harlem,
business, so you
whether
just
it's
lied.
what
But if you can't name a
whether
business, you lied.
I mean you cut me off, bro. You
Yes,
check
I
me for
gotta cut
cutting
you
you
off.
off.
Well, no. You forgot where you at, boy. You're a guest over here. I'm not a guest where you're at. We're not equal. Why do they come? He's most likely African. Why do they come over here with this entitlement? They could come into our communities, our country. Don't mute yourself, man. I'm gonna kick you off. This is my shit. This ain't yours. You guys come to our country with a sense of entitlement where it's 50-50 all of a sudden. Hip hop, our culture, everything is just our tangibles, everything's just 50-50. And even our podcast. This dude come over as a guest, talking about I cut him off, so he cut me off. We're not even. You could take your ass back to your African enclaves and I invite you here to have a discussion. But if I stop you like a host does, like a host anywhere you go, a host gonna stop you if they feel like you're doing too much or they need clarity. Dude, you're not here to rant. I let you go. And if I want to challenge something, you're gonna stop and I'm gonna challenge you. And I just challenge you on what businesses do Africans support. You couldn't name one, but continue.
So what I'm saying is, right, first of all, I want to establish, right, there are portions of your argument I very much agree with. So I'm not coming in here disingenuous and to argue. I thought, because it was just you and I on the panel, we could just speak as two men. I wasn't trying
Yeah,
to be
but if I'm
disrespectful.
a
I
stop,
wasn't.
wait, no, okay, dude, listen to what happens here, man. I don't know if you listen to podcasts anywhere in the world, bro, but when you call in somebody podcast, especially when to challenge something, as you go to, even with me, if I say something you believe is as I'm talking, if you believe that's wrong, you have the right to say, nah, that's wrong, as I'm talking. I don't find that offensive. I think you're supposed to check me and say, hey, that's not entirely correct, and then we could talk about that. But nobody has a right to just rant when the other person disagrees within that rant. That's what I'm trying to say. So if you say they support our businesses and I check you, don't get mad. Just say, okay. And then you couldn't answer it. So now I understand why you didn't want to get checked.
So my brother, what I'm saying is when I did try to interject like you're saying is okay, you told me shut up, it's your
All right,
show.
cool. Let's
Um,
go. Do it. No.
see,
Just
that's the point
let.
though. I
Okay.
can't I can't
Yeah. Okay. I.
respond.
Okay.
And
Cool. So respond.
the
Okay. So
main thing I
respond.
was trying to do before I could really get a response off is to just establish the fact
Yeah,
that
but
I
you
am
were
not being
already. Oh,
contentious.
wait. All right. Come on, man. I don't. Let's just have the conversation. He came on earlier. I'm
No,
not
I'm saying that's what
antagonist.
I'm trying to
Okay.
do, bro.
Okay.
I'm trying
Okay.
to
So
have the con.
this guy comes back in. Look, they purposely want to get thrown off the show. I'm letting you talk. Stop going back. How about this? Let's start here. Let's start from the top. Let's start from the top. I'm you. Let's start from the top. So I want to see where your head at. Start from the top.
All right, I'm here.
Top. Okay. Top. All right. Are you familiar with the transatlantic slave trade?
Absolutely.
Okay. So we were sold over here, right?
Correct.
Who bought us?
Whites.
Who sold us?
Whites and Arabs and Africans.
Okay. Okay, cool. I see, family. I know the right questions to ask. Now, the selling and buying, what year was that?
I mean, it was over a long span of time.
Transatlantic slave trade, my boy. Okay, when did that selling and buying start? Good job. You want another one?
So I was
Okay, go
gonna
ahead.
say It happened over a long period of time. I would
When did it
say it was
start?
probably.
Okay, cool.
I don't
No,
know
wait,
when it
wait.
started, brother.
Okay, let me help you out. So the buying and selling started in the 1600s. I mean, that's like, or late 1500s, early 1600s.
I
That's
wouldn't
common
disagree with
sense.
that.
Okay, but that's common sense. That's like in every school book you can buy, and even all movies and everything. All right, but secondly, you said both. You said everybody. You include everybody. That is a disgusting version of history. So, are you aware of slave raids? Are you aware of Queen Nzinga?
Yes.
Okay, that's African.
I would say it's of African descent. I wouldn't say it's African.
So Mali is not African.
Mali, yes, is African.
Okay, that's West. Okay,
Absolutely.
cool. Oh, cool. Okay. Did she and her group round up a bunch of Africans to sell to whites? Yes or no?
I would trust your argument if you said she did. I'm not fully versed
Okay,
on that
cool.
topic.
Cool. Yeah, that's why we know you're not one of us. All right, but anyway, secondly this.
What does that mean, bro? You think
Okay,
all
I
blacks
got you.
know
I got you.
about Queen Nzinga?
Okay, cool. Secondly this. This is the second thing.
Yes, sir.
But you said my thing is, if you don't know something, just say I don't know. You said Arabs, whites, and Africans when I specifically said transatlantic slave trade. So now, have you ever heard the terminology slave raids?
Absolutely.
Okay, who was responsible for the slave raids predominantly? Like 80, 90%. Was it whites, Arabs, or Africans?
I wouldn't be able to answer that accurately off the top of my head.
That's what I mean, family. So how are he gonna talk about Africans in 2025 when he didn't even know about Africa when it first started? So, bro, here's the thing. You just said three people sold us. You said it was Africans, whites, and Arabs. You just made that shit up. The slave raised 90% or more was with Africans. So that's why I say, family, you got to ask these guys these questions about stuff like that. Because he come on here, I'm not aggressive, or I'm not this and that. And you are, bro. You don't even know that base history. So,
Bro, you saying I'm being aggressive when I'm
all right, goodbye, man. Goodbye. I'm not gonna have that conversation, man. You don't know basic. Now he came on like he's FBA. Oh, not every FBA, and your time him out if he start running his mouth. Oh, not all FBAs know FBA history. Yo, we know the common shit. It's common sense. It's common knowledge to know Africans sold us, white people bought us. So FBA combo, write that down, man. Mentally. I automatically knew where he was going. Oh, Africans, yeah, it's a kumbaya in Harlem. No, it's not. Oh, they patronize our businesses. They do. Which ones? See, because we are known for certain businesses in black communities, and soul food is one of them. So it's like, so they're going to, or our fish spots. So I want him to lie and be like, yeah, they go to our soul food fish spots. You're lying, dude. You're lying. They go to our barbershops. Okay. These guys don't barely get haircuts. But the whole passive aggressive, he's trying to preface, oh, I'm not anti-FBA. Dude, you don't gotta do that. We'll know by the conversation. Of course, his personal experience is kumbaya. Blacks and Africans just get along perfectly in New York. So why we don't do nothing together? The right questions will smoke them out every time. Yeah, but you're not going to sit here and talk about our relationship with Africans and act like it's kumbaya when you don't even know anything about African and period. Oh, I got some grievances. You said this, stop it. We're not going to force this fake connection between Africans and America and Africans and Foundation Black Americans in America. And then he came on his sense of entitlement. Dude is unmuting himself. Oh, nah, you let me finish. Bro, you don't have to. I stopped you to get clarity and you didn't want that because you're lying. I just said we can't lie in 2025. That's out. All right. But those questions, family, are necessary to see if they're going to be honest. All he had to say was, yeah, Africans sold y'all to the European. This is what he said. He said, Europeans bought us and Europeans sold us. Are you? I said, who is this buyer? Europeans. I said, who was the seller? He said Europeans. Bruh, family, that's so either he's an African or he's an African tether or African tether Pan-Africanist. Either way, we check that.
He came
Bob
amongst
Marley?
Black Americans. No, I don't give a damn about Bob Marley. Bob Marley acknowledged the influence we had on the Jamaican ska and reggae culture. He acknowledged that. But even he was doing covers, copying like some of our first soul R&B artists or whatever. He acknowledged that. The Wailers or whatever. I'm pretty sure that's where he came from. But when you to take it back to Africa, like, dude, I know about the tribesmen and all that. The tribesmen, I know about that group in Lagos or whatever. They were doing hip hop, bro. You know about the tribesmen in Nigeria? Rexford.
You would have to explain to me which tribesmen are you talking about?
No. This is not a tribe. This was a hip hop group out of Lagos, Nigeria, called the Tribesmen. These were college, university people, and they were like a Nigerian hip hop group. They were like some of the first that laid the foundation.
What year were they?
They came out during like the 2000s or like the 90s, but you wouldn't know about them.
Called the Tribesmen.
Yes, you can look it up. TRYBES MEN.
Okay. Please, guys that are very popular, are very familiar with Nigerian music. Is there any group? Do we ever have any group called the Tribesmen? Maybe you guys will help me. I don't know, Sha.
I've never heard of that, but I'm not saying it's wrong though. But I've never heard of that.
I'm not saying
but y'all may be a little too young.
I can't just remember. Maybe somebody here can help.
Yeah, Tribesmen, they were a group in Nigeria around that Two-Face. I think one of Two-Face brother was part of Tribesmen. Don't quote me on that.
You mean
definitely a group.
So like I've studied on all this shit. So don't just think I'm just blurting out shit. Like I know.
Are you talking about Plantation Boys?
No,
they're called Tribesmen.
Bro, you are just Google away from getting the answer. Tribesmen were a group back in the days, honestly.
Okay. I would do my research on that. So
and I think it's TRYBE, then men, I believe.
I would do my research on that. So GK, I also want to ask. You said that there are things that we have, that there are things that the Black American culture has, influenced. You guys have had some level of influence on the African culture. Now, do you also believe that there are certain things that the African culture has influenced about your? Do you believe that there are certain influences that the African culture has, over the Black American culture there in the US?
Okay, that's what I would say. So when you say African, that's a little broad because, like I said, like for me and Timothy up here, right? We're well studied and well versed and studied on like where majority of our people came from, our ancestors.
All right, caller is in the building. Caller, who are you in the chat? So I can rename you.
Hey, what's up, Ron?
Is this revenue? Oh shit.
Yeah, this Kwame. Why was you dealing with the brother Willie so disrespectful? That's your FBA brother.
That's your opinion. That's your African brother. So you say FBA, I say African. But it doesn't matter if you're lying. You're lying. Like he
How's
lied
he
like
lying?
you.
If you're not from Harlem, you wouldn't know what who's patronizing what
That-
businesses and what who's
yeah,
not.
hold on. That's not the biggest lie he did. Remember, I counted his opinion. I never said his opinion was wrong when it came to all these Africans in New York, because I even showed a video. I said, hey, guess where this is at? And people said Africa until they see New York police, NYPD. So I never discounted his opinion. I said, okay, well, that's your experience. I even told him, I said, I can't discount that. That's your experience. I said, that's not mine. And where I'm at around African, that's not the average FBA experience. But so I definitely counted that.
Yeah, but you're from Jersey. You're not from New York. You're from Jersey. So
All
it's
right.
a whole different
obviously,
demographic.
I know that. But listen where he lied at, though. He said that, yeah, FBAs patronize African businesses. I didn't stop them because I know we do, some of us. You dig? Especially the Pan-African is one of us. And then you got some FBAs who are not Pan-Africans that indulge in the food. So then he said Africans patronize FBA businesses. And that's when I stopped him. I said, okay, I don't think that part is true. And he said, no, it is. I said, okay, what business? Because you just can't say a blanket. If you know this, you can't say something and can't justify it because it's like, well, you just saying anything now. Like I could say aliens also support our business. I could say anybody, dogs. You got to. There needs to be some information to you conclude that. Yeah, he had no information to suggest that. I said, okay, like what? What businesses do they support? Now, keep in mind, he's in Little Senegal. He's there. So that means he needs to see them going to black businesses. He don't see that because we're not there. That's my whole point. You don't see that interaction because that's Little Senegal. It's not Little Wall Street. So Little Senegal to me suggests a bunch of Africans, which proves my point. Like we're not together anywhere. It's either us majority in the city or them majority in the city.
But Little
or town.
Senegal is just one block inside the larger Harlem. Like it's not segregated from the rest of Harlem. It's literally inside the middle of Harlem.
Right. And they usually stay right there. They usually stay right there and deal with each other right there.
No, they actually deal with everybody in Harlem. They patronize their businesses. They go to other businesses. They go to the Seafood Boil. They go to Amy Ruth's. They go to Red Rooster. No different than Black Americans go to Legos or any other
what was his
African businesses.
Okay, watch this. What was his point for even saying that to me?
I don't know Wall Street Willie.
Exactly.
Because he's usually anti-African, so I don't know his point.
Right.
He's
exactly.
Conservative.
So you just called in at the end of it, right? You didn't know.
No, I listened to the whole dialogue when he asked for the number.
Okay, so again, why was he making that point? Why was he pointing out that hey, the Africans here and FBAs and what was his total?
Maybe he feel like you're a little xenophobic and probably trying to see if there are pros and cons to your argument.
Okay, now I'm about to throw you off in a second. I'm asking you a question why he said what he said. You don't know, and you're here to call him to justify why he said what he said. It's like, dude, both of y'all just confused. But let me ask you this though, since you called in. You say he's conservative. Well, so is American Dream, right?
Yeah.
Okay, American Dream says systemic racism does not exist today. Do you believe it exists today in America?
Of course, I disagree with him on that.
Okay, did y'all ever have that conversation?
Yeah, we had disagreement conversations about
publicly on the live.
Yeah, on the channel. Yeah.
Okay, send me that link. Send me that link. Okay, and then what was the conclusion when y'all got done?
We didn't come to a conclusion. We just having different things. We just debating on different things that we disagree on. As far as
but wouldn't he be lying about systemic racism not existing today? Wouldn't he be lying if he said that?
I mean, it from my point of view, he's wrong on the issue. I wouldn't say he's lying. He's just probably not there with the information. Just because somebody disagreed don't mean they're lying. They could just possibly not be available to the same information you're available to.
Why wouldn't he be available to loan housing? I mean, this is talking points today. Housing discrimination, redlining, job discrimination, the wealth gap disparity discrimination, the war on drugs, mass incarceration. Are you telling me that he's blind to all of that? Like that he never came across the information. He never experienced it. That's all fake news, right?
Well, most conservative, especially in America, they don't hold to those statistics.
I'm asking. Okay, so then what do they? Okay, that's interesting. So that's a lying then. See, lying is something intentional. See, being wrong just means you didn't come across something. You just said they don't hold to those statistics, so they're purposely taking that out the playbook. They're purposely taking that out the equation, so they ain't got to deal with it. That's lying.
No, maybe he just
Okay.
not aware of the
Okay,
information
I
or the
got you.
statistics.
I got you. I got you. I got you. How about you should hop off? See, family. So I asked him that question to let you know that tethers that's so-called Pan-Africanists or Black nationalists are no different than a African tether conservative. They're only one conversation from being on the same team. Hold on. Yeah, so they're just one conversation away from, both being conservative or both being tethered Pan-Africans. They're one and the same. He justified the dude. Listen, if he's a real Pan-Africanist, like what Pan-Africanist will say, yeah, man, this grown ass man, that's not his reality. He said systemic racism is so plain. Well, that's not his reality. He come across certain things and he ain't come across that. And, he justified it. Now, this is supposed to be a hardcore Marcus Garvey, Kwame Ture, Black Power stepper. You dig? Stop it.
And like when you talk about our musical heritage and stuff, where these influences came from. So when you talk about the Delta blues and all that, like these things come from, like, they have like Malian influences or whatever. So like when you see Black Americans or whatever that do these ancestry tests, like when they look for their haplogroups, one thing you will notice is a lot of them say, well, 60% or the overall majority of Black American men, they have a chromosome of the Mandinka. So we're well aware of like where these influences come from. When you say it's African and throw this broad stamp on it, and then try to Africanize every single thing about our culture. No, be specific. So don't Africanize it. You understand wherever you come from in Africa that your culture is.
Peace. Yeah, once I get my son situated, this is his morning time. I'm gonna go into the Black American Heritage flag more in depth. But these guys got nothing. They call in with their anti-FBA, talking points. It's garbage. It's garbage. Well, the African now all of a sudden we don't listen. To be honest, we don't really care about Tether's opinions. You dig on FBA relationships with non-FBA dark skinned people of Africans of the diaspora and the continent. We don't care about your opinions, bro. Like we know our reality. We know who we're not around. Like we have things with where some of us got things with Hispanics, right? You see Fat Joe and them. Uh, we got things with Puerto Ricans. We got things with Haitians. We got things with Jamaicans and folks from the Caribbean. We even got things with white people, right? And now Indians, East Indians. You don't see us cooped up with Africans. You don't. You come to Jersey. Now they supposed to be deep in Harlem, so you should definitely see evidence of Black and African involvements. You dig relationships. You do not see that. You see it with everybody else but them and Chinese people. That's why I say they're just Black Chinese people.
It's different from that other tribe or different people in that country and region. You gotta understand you're not the same. So don't Africanize us every aspect of Black American culture or whatever and contribute it out of Africa. Like, no.
Well, can I ask a question?
Yeah, good.
Before you
That's
go,
why I
can
say
I
they're
just
just Black Chinese
ask you
people.
one more thing? I just want to
It's
confirm,
different from
right?
that other.
Okay, so I was very confused as to where you were coming from. Then I was speaking to my friend, and my friend thinks
Hey,
this is
family,
where
the
you're coming.
likes ain't bad, but they could be a little better. Okay, so everybody who pulled up, go ahead and like the video. Yeah, I just like an honest conversation, man. Just an honest conversation. Like you guys got a better chance of showing some type of relationship with foundation Black Americans, Puerto Ricans, the Caribbean, East Indians, and whites. Like, bro, there is zero evidence of Africans and foundation Black Americans getting along, doing shit together. And we ain't gonna let y'all come over here and rewrite history, rewrite what's going on, rewrite the present. Oh, see, in New York, that's a special place. We had FBAs calling from New York. Like, yo, that shit, matter of fact, any FBAs calling from New York, that from New York calling. And tell us the real. Like if they're right, tell us. Okay, but then it goes back to this. Okay, so only the New York Africans are, willing to dialogue with us. But when they're in New Jersey, they're like, nah. When they're in Philly, they're like, nah, come on, man. Stop. Just the New York Africans are down. Okay. Well, have them call in. Get one of your buddies to call in and let's talk about everything we're talking about. And let's talk about that transatlantic slavery. Okay? That's their kryptonite. Huh? This dude said white folks bought us and white folks sold us. Oh my God. That is the perfect revision of history. Revenue said the same thing. Revenue, he was the first person I got to say that. I asked him the questions. Then Unc came back and said it and act like he didn't say it. It's on record. Just go look at that. Find that arc. Find that video. But most of them are reluctant to admit Africa's role. Now he said, I don't know about that history, but then he knows about Queen Nzinga and he knows that. Come on, man. Like, dude, we know you know it. You're being passive aggressive. All this prefacing. Oh, nah, I see what that's like a white person. Okay, I'm calling in. Hi, I'm biased Ron. I just want to say I'm not racist. I got a black girlfriend. It's like, okay, dude, I know you're racist now. Because you got to preface it. Just talk. Just talk, man. And we will see what's what.
Coming from. So I'm just going to ask to confirm that I am not being like, I'm not wrong, right? So what you mean by, okay, you're Black American, do you mean like, this is what she thinks you mean? And if you do, like, if that's what you mean, I would understand it. Do you feel like this?
And I just caught on to Revenue saying, oh, nah, he's a conservative. The dude is acting like he's passive aggressive. Now, that's interesting. Hey, Revenue, how do you know he was conservative? Okay, so y'all probably calling from that weak ass channel that get no views. I got it. So this is y'all trying to come in and ask questions. Okay, fine. But he's conservative, right? So why are you getting along with conservatives and y'all are bipolar? Yeah, I mean, literally bipolar. Like y'all minds just back and forth opposites. You guys are bipolar opposites because 1 minute you're conservative and then you pull it out of you, then you're a Pan-Africanist, you dig, and then you talk to Tether Dream long enough, and now he's a Pan-Africanist. Like they are bipolar opposites. They're confused on their stance. They're one thing at one time. You talk to them again, it's something else. Revenue is a revolutionist. One conversation, next conversation, he's a conservative. Yeah, but what's with you with all these conservatives, man? So he come over here, nah, brother. And so that explains why he didn't know about the transatlantic slave trade. Because a lot of conservatives don't give a damn about African history because they're not claiming on to the whole Africanness, right? They don't care, like these tethers, they don't care to be a part of Africa because they're so, they're trying to hold on and assimilate into whiteness. So, you can't make white folks comfortable knowing about your homeland, Africa. So yeah, I understand now why he didn't know about it. So family, certain questions about Africa, you'll see whether that non-FBA person is a African conservative or an African Pan-Africanist. Certain questions you could dig them up. So okay, all right, I know how to talk to you.
It's because, okay, your ancestors were genuinely taken as slaves, and like in all of this, the bloodline got like, do I say misplaced or confused, or like you just lost
Ma'am,
wherever it is.
ma'am, I
Let me,
told you.
Can I finish? I'm just trying to like confirm if this is actually what you mean. So like in the process, it got lost, and you being from like this generation, you obviously don't know what happened. God knows how
Ma'am,
many years ago.
I
So
know
like,
what happened. I'm not confused about anything. The bottom line is I am an American. My people been here before the foundation of the country. They literally helped build the country to what it is today. Every aspect of modern day society, this Western civilization, Black Americans have had a hand in it, every aspect of it. I don't know what you mean.
Okay, so what you mean is you're American because your ancestors helped to build America, right?
Yes,
Ma'am, did
we
you
were here before. Yeah,
yeah, let me ask you a
But okay,
question.
that
we're
was
literally
what I was
founding
trying to.
fathers
That
of the
was what.
country of America. We have founding fathers.
Yeah, let me.
Okay, that was what I was trying to explain. Abby, understand? I
So,
get it
so
now.
you said your question was why do we say that we're Black Americans, or what do we mean by that? Is that what you're asking?
Yes, but then I feel like his explanation now. I understand
No.
him.
So we're in ethnicity. We're an ethnic group. The same way in Nigeria.
I get
Right, right.
that.
So this the
I
same
get
way
that.
in Nigeria. You have the Hausa and the Kanuri, and the
I
yeah,
get that
we're
now.
an ethnic group. That's all.
Oh, no problem. I understand that now. Thank you.
So Timothy, you're saying that Black Americans are an ethnic group. Is that it?
Of course. You don't know that?
Okay. So that means a Black American from Massachusetts, a Black American
Yes,
from
they're the
Illinois,
same. They're
a
the
Hold on,
same.
Black
hold on, hold
American
on.
from Texas. I don't know. Texas is a redneck state. I don't know how many Black Americans are from there. A Black American from Baltimore. You all identify as one ethnic group.
Correct. We're an ethnicity. I don't. You brought up states or whatever.
Mhm,
It's like a Yoruba from Osun State or Ogun State
mhm,
or Lagos. Are
mhm,
not a different
mhm.
ethnic group.
Fair enough.
Yeah, it's not different. I have grandparents that are from probably 6 or 7 different states. So states doesn't matter. We're one ethnicity.
Fair enough.
Interesting. So
Okay, I feel like this explanation makes more sense now, and I genuinely understand where they're coming from
I
because
don't think I think some of y'all already know this, but y'all just intentionally the gaslight.
I did
I
not.
mean,
Honestly,
No,
this
no,
is
no, no,
the
no, no, no,
first
no.
time.
Nigeria,
So
they
so
don't be
when- so
caring about Black Americans like you guys think.
okay,
Like
and
they
that's
have.
and that's fine. But I'm saying when you hear the word African American, what do you think that is? Do you think that's some lost Africans in America, or
Bro,
what do
you
you
do
think that
realize
means?
when I'm filling any freaking form, it says Black or African American. They're not
That's
two
because you,
different
no,
groups. You
dude.
do realize that, right?
There's a other box. There's a
No,
other box.
that's what I'm saying. But I'm saying me coming from Nigeria, I'm filling any freaking box. I fill out Black or African American. So how do
Because
you
you,
fucking expect me to understand what you're saying?
dude.
Like,
First
so I
off,
don't understand why
if
you
you,
think we're
bro,
actually
Yeah.
gaslighting y'all
GK. They're
because we
just
have
they're
the
just they're
information.
just asking questions.
We
That's all.
don't
They're just
have
asking
that
questions.
information, bro. Like we're dead ass, and we're not trying to gaslight you. Like people don't actually know that. That's what I'm trying to
Yeah,
say.
they want to know. We can explain it to them. It's not a problem.
all right, guys. Sorry to mute. So now, more people are joining. If you want to speak, you're in the speaker section. Just put your hand up so that we can move the mic quickly. I would like for those who are part of the FBA to please share the link to others, because I believe that all of us are opinionated, and it will not be wise for us not to hear as many opinions as possible. Also, please share the link to other Africans as well. Um, it is important that we really get to understand how, how the foundational Black man or Black woman really feels, what really goes on in their mind, and why they. If you want to speak, put your hands up. So I want to ask, one of the sorry, one
I'm
of the
sorry. Is it
things.
my network? Can anybody hear X?
Can you hear me?
You're cutting
Okay.
in and out.
Okay, I can hear you now.
Okay. So one of the things I've noticed is that there seems to be this rift between Africans and Black Americans.
Okay, so here's that lie that there's a rift between Africans and Foundation Black Americans family. We do not care what they do in Harlem. You dig? You see, I'm unaware of what they do in Harlem. I don't care. And that's what we're trying to say. Foundation Black Americans, we just focus on ourselves. We don't look at people we believe are just not, whatever they got going on. You be great. Be great. You dig? Do what you do. Be great. Just be legal. Just be legal, because I'm 100% supporter of ICE. So just be great, but be legal. Okay. If you're legal, be great. Do what you do. It doesn't concern me. Also, be great means stay out of our politics. I mean, you want to talk on the microphone to defend immigration and Africans and blah 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 blah. Cool, but do not speak on FBA business. And don't speak like you're representing FBA. That's when you're crossing that delineation line. That's when you're crossing that delineation line. Okay, so that's all we want. But there's no war. You guys look at us as the standard, which we are. You guys look at us for black excellence, which we have shown. Okay. And that's where the jealousy really stems from. Why would we be jealous with you guys? Like, because we know you're tied, no matter how great you are in our country, because of what the opportunity that was provided to you from our fights. All right. So we'll never be jealous of that. But when we look, you have a connection to a homeland that doesn't represent your personal success in America based upon what we fought for. You feel me? So we know you don't represent the country. We know you're coming over here to take advantage of opportunities that we fought for. So we can't be jealous of that. We understand it. Now we understand systemic racism and white supremacists better than you ever could. So we know that white supremacists, systemic racism, we know that's always playing chess. And we know that they will purposely put this group above that group that didn't deserve it, but this one does it. This one does deserve it to cause friction. Now, we're not letting them play us, but we feel like you guys are letting them play you because you benefit the most, obviously, without putting the work in. So we peep that and we're mad at that. And then when you guys get on that microphone and start to speak for us, that's when the contention starts on our side. Where we like, ho, 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 ho. But we're not jealous or mad at you because we know you have done nothing remotely close to what we've produced in this world. And none of y'all, to be honest, all y'all put together probably ain't even there. So we're not jealous of that because, like I said, we can look at your homeland and see who you really are. You dig? That's like somebody on the internet cosplaying, acting like they're rich and successful and they're a gangster. But when we look at when we get some feedback on you, we realize, oh, this gangster snitched on his homie. Oh, this gangster turned gangster when he was 25. He was a punk his whole life. You feel me? So that's how we look at you guys. You guys can come over here and try to reflect success all you want. But you got that connection to your homeland. And we peel back that onion, we see who you really are. Like, nah, you're not greater than your homeland. There's a saying, okay? But let's just say you are not greater than your homeland. So we can never truly be jealous of you because you're not greater than your homeland. Your homeland really tells us who you are. And believe me, we're not jealous of that shit. We are blessed. You'd be like, oh shit, it could get like that.
Black Americans saying, oh, you can't be part of us, don't want to have anything to do with you. And then Africans saying, a lot of you all don't know where you are from, you don't know your heritage, you just went to another.
And speaking of that, we don't know our heritage, family. We're getting around to the Black American heritage flag, okay? So we're getting to that.
Man's anything to do with you. And then Africans saying, a lot of you all don't know where you are from, you don't know your heritage, you just went to another man's land, you were born there, and then that's it. All right. So I want to ask you again, and please, I need a very clear and precise answer to this question. You said that whether you are from Baltimore, whether you're from Cincinnati, whether you're from Illinois, Washington, all Black Americans are ethnically the same. So the question now I want to ask, and I need clarity on this, is what is the Black American culture? All right. If you guys are ethnically the same, you're from the same ethnicity, what is your ethnicity about? If someone should ask me what my ethnicity is, I will be able to explain, okay, I am from the Igbo tribe. This is our way of life. This is our unique language. This is our unique food. This is why we do what we do. These are our cultural norms and values. I'll be able to explain. If you pose the same question to someone who is Yoruba, the person will tell you, okay, this is how Yorubas are. We are descendants of Oduduwa.
Okay, so this is flawed, primitive African booty scratcher logic. Okay, so they think primitiveness is how you explain your ethnic identity. Like these guys are still wiping flies off their face and their bellies. These guys are still smuggling bush meat into the country. And they keep trying to tell us the standard of how someone has an ethnic identity. This language mumble jumble, this bushmeat dish, this African primitive dance. Like, yo, you guys are, that's why your country can't advance, because you guys think that this is the standard in 2025. Okay, this is what they really believe. This primitive mindset, this tribal mindset, they really believe this is the standard of how you express your ethnic identity and your culture, your ethnic culture. But let them go on. Let them go on.
This is our culture, norms, and values. These are the things that we believe in. The same thing a Hausa person will tell you. So if you say, according to you, that all black people living in America, FBAs or black Americans, are ethnically the same, what is your ethnicity about? What is your culture about? What does your culture entail? All right, that is what I need you to answer for me.
Okay, you see, that is the denial. So we know this is one-sided. We're saying we have a culture. You say you have a culture. We don't say you don't have a culture. You say we don't have a culture. That's a fight. That's a fight. One more time. Slow. We say we have a culture. You say you have a culture. We don't say you don't have a culture. You say we don't have a culture. That's a fight. And who started it? It's that simple. Who started that fight? Okay.
Thank you.
Did you want us to respond to that?
Yes, please.
Yeah, so I would respond by saying this. First of all, I know one of the things that's kind of different from America and Africa is we classify ourselves differently. So I know that in Africa, one of the ways that you guys, classify yourselves ethnically is by your culture, the way you sing and dance and your food and, things like that. What I would tell you is that in America, it's a little.
Wait, before you get started, Renaissance Woman said something very, very important. She said they're quick to say they, as far as Africans, right? 54 countries. A lot of them like to say, especially the West and Central, they like to say we don't have a culture. But Renaissance Woman said something very, very important. That's how the Africans, like Western, Eastern Africans, speak about us. But how do white people look at y'all globally? Forget about FBAs. How do come? Okay, close it. How do white people look at you guys? Okay, fine. That's how you guys look at us. No culture people, we got no homeland, we're lost, blah 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 blah. But how do white people, forget about FBAs, how do white people globally look at you guys, especially Americans? Especially, okay, how do white Americans look at Africans? They look at you guys as primitive as hell. They don't look at that as culture. They look at that as primitive bushmeat, nothing. And that's why they feel like they could come over there and just kick y'all over and take what they need and leave. They feel like you guys never value the minerals on your land, the precious gold that you guys brag about. Okay, the Berlin Conference about, hey man, these guys got all these resources and they don't use it. Like it's almost like squatters' rights. White folks felt like they were enacting squatters' rights, but also what they call adverse possession. They said, yo, so real simple, squatters' rights is, or adverse possession is people have a home and land and they haven't been taking care of it. Like they have not been taking care of it. They left it abandoned for 3, 4, 5 years. They left it there. So other folks come by like, damn, wow, they're not valuing this house and land, and they left it abandoned. Even though they own it, they got the deed, they still pay property taxes, whatever else. mortgage, but they left it abandoned. I can do a better job with this home than they have. So they go and they unlock the door, kick it down, whatever, put a new door up. They add electricity, heat. They got the water running. They do landscaping. They build the house up, fix the roof, um, new boiler, all that stuff in there, right? Heating system is what I meant. And they stay there because now they're paying the bill. That's called squatters' rights. That's adverse possession. And guess what? The real owner comes back, and there's a good chance they can't get that house back. Okay, because they let it go. So that's how Europeans seen Africa. They seen it as a great potential with all these resources, minerals, and everything there, the metals that they brag about. They seen it as these people are wasting this, they're not valuing it, they're not putting it to use. So we're going to enact squatters' rights, adverse possession. All right. So we got a caller in. Peace, peace, peace. Who's the caller?
Peace.
Peace. This is who?
It's V4.
Oh, V4. Peace, my family.
Peace, family.
Yes, sir.
It burns me up when I hear these people talking about his question about what's our culture, right? As if what group of people ever existed on planet Earth that didn't have a culture?
Right. It's so disrespectful.
Right? That's disrespectful. No group of people ever, no matter how primitive those people were, every group of people had a culture. So, what he did say when he said, if you ask a Yoruba, right, what's his culture, he's going to start running things down the line. I want our people to be able to do the same thing, but do it in a way where we cook them to the point where they're embarrassed for even asking the question, right? They're proud to have a language, as if having a language is something special. What group of people on planet Earth didn't have a language they spoke?
Right.
I don't care if it's just clicking sounds. If it's something that can be, it's something that could, because all the language is sound that extends from the throat. It's the use of the tongue and the mouth. It's sound, right or wrong.
Right.
That's all language is. So, our language is African American vernacular English. Right? We have, and from that we have various slang and innovation. Right? Oral tradition, storytelling, preaching, spoken word. That's vital to our overall language and concept of how to deliver messages, teach lessons, and etc. That's it's part of culture. We have community and family emphasis that emphasizes strong, extended family members. Like for us, for foundational Black Americans, cousins is like brothers and sisters, right or wrong. Aunties are like your mother. Strong family connection, strong family values. Grandma plays a strong role, a central role in most of our families. Our value system is biblically based. Most of us are foundationally, right? We come out of Christian traditions, Baptist, AME, and Pentecostal, right? A lot of our worship, our activism, and even parts of our education extended coming from out of the church. So forth, as well as our value system, the 10 Commandments. If everybody listening, I don't know why it's so hard for people to understand this. Our value system is rooted in the 10 Commandments. Show me a value better than those. Show me a value system better than those 10 right there. They got in there, don't bear false witness against your neighbor. So don't be lying. You don't steal. You don't commit adultery. You don't commit murder. You respect and honor your father and your mother. You shall not covet. Thou shalt not covet. So you can't even look at other people's stuff and desire what belongs to them. You work to get it yourself. That's kind of the opposite of what I see with most African culture, because they'll poison you for your stuff.
Oh yeah.
They'll poison you for your stuff, right? We got holidays and cultural celebrations. So we started holidays. We started Memorial Day, Martin Luther King Day, Juneteenth. We was practicing Juneteenth before they decided they wanted to make it a national holiday. Black History Month, where we honor and celebrate the educated among us, historical contributions that we made, our national greatness and achievements made by FBAs, inventors, etc. Stop me at anything I just said that's not culture.
Right.
I don't want to read the whole thing off, but music, our food. He says, "Oh, what is your food?" Our food is called soul food. But guess what? I guarantee you more people heard of soul food than they heard of goddamn jollof rice. I'll put some money down on that. Huh?
And why do they believe that they are the gatekeepers of culture? Like we have to adhere to them. Like no other person. That's going back to what I try to explain to that cosplaying African dude earlier, the first caller, and I was trying to explain that to the revenue tether. I said, bro, our relationships with Africans is unique and uniquely different than Hispanics, East Indians, the Caribbean, and white people. I don't recall them ever challenging our culture. You feel me? I don't recall a white American saying you guys don't have culture. I don't recall a Hispanic, an East Indian, or somebody from the Caribbean saying Black Americans don't have culture. I don't recall that. So that usually comes from an African.
Facts. I've never even heard that growing up. I've only started hearing that within the last 10, 15 years. I've never heard that.
Right.
Because growing up, all you heard was black culture coming from Caucasian people, black culture.
And here's another thing. I don't recall white Americans saying we're lost, we don't know where we're from. I don't recall Hispanics the same for the Caribbean. I only recall Africans saying that we're lost, we need to come home. I don't recall the Caribbean saying that, white Americans, East Indians, or Hispanics. I don't recall that. Like all of them usually accept us to be Americans.
You know what? I don't know. I'm a little rough with it, man. I can't help it. I come with a warrior's mindset for my people. So I believe what she do in return is every time they start asking us about our culture, let's remind them of their culture. First thing let's do is ask them, what tribe are you from? What kingdom did that tribe belong to prior to the borders being drawn by colonialists, right? Then say, okay, your tribe belonged to this kingdom. So you belong to that kingdom that were once slave catchers and slave sellers. So your culture is being a slaver.
You know what? We should say I agree with that right there. Let's let them say whatever their culture is, and let's add in slaves, raised, and slave catchers and slave sellers. Hey, you're forgetting two other things.
That's your culture.
Yeah. So when they talk all that jollof rice, right? Let's just add two more things there. Yeah, you forgot two things.
Don't forget that you're a slave catchers and slave sellers.
Right.
Yes. don't forget that. And why would we want to? Why would we want to reconnect with those who captured us for the Caucasian slaver and sold us to the slaver? Why would we want to reunite with that? We know where we are. We know who we are.
So
we determine for ourselves who we are.
Right. So they try to do the good cop bad cop thing with us. They'll say, okay, now they're the sellers, right? And Europeans are the buyers. So they'll say, hey, the Europeans, they bought you, they enslaved you. And then the Europeans would say, Africans, man, they primitive, and guess what? They sold you. So white Europeans, period, and Africans, they do the good cop, bad cop thing with us. They point at each other as being the bad guy.
Okay, so let's accept that situation and do this. Let us become the district attorney. This is how. Okay, they sold us, right? Tell us everything they did. Yeah, they enslaved you. They did this, that. Tell us everything they did. And then turn around and say, we got you, and put the cuffs on them. Because the reason why you know so much about what they did is because you're the ones who captured us and sold us to them.
Right.
So you know how when you got a criminal being interrogated and he's telling on his partner.
Yeah,
only
right,
to be tricked by the DA later on, so he's getting prosecuted with the partner now.
right. And let me add this in there. The person who stole us, they're getting charged with theft. The person that bought us is being charged with receiving stolen goods.
Property. Facts. That's a fact. That's a fact. Yeah. So let's start the practice and spread that practice. Every time they bring up, what is your culture? Oh, you belong to the Oyo tribe. Matter of fact, you know what I find when I look this up? A lot of the tribes that were involved, like you see the dude Frank Zanu that you was, he's from Benin, right? I looked up Benin, just looking it up. Benin was once part of what we see as northern Nigeria, and they were heavily involved in the slave trade for about 400 years.
Wow.
For about for about 400 years. They try to turn around. And go against it later on, but you're already 400 years deep. So it's prudent on us to understand that, and so we can see what their mentality is. They have the same mentality now that they had that allowed them to sell us.
Right. Yeah, of course. That never wavered. As a matter of fact, you said such thing. You said I ain't gonna read all this, but I am. All right, because I had typed some stuff in there, and because a lot of stuff we ask ourselves about them, why they do certain things, and we just can't fathom it. Right. So AI can fathom it. Right. So let's ask AI. Right. So here we are. Why some Africans and Caribbeans reject the unique ethnic group identity of Black Americans? And start with Pan-African. That's why I say Pan-Africans are the number one enemy, like that concept, because that is FBA all the way. So it says Pan-Africanism teaches that all people of African descent share a common origin and unite as one people. From this lens, foundational Black Americans identifying as a separate ethnic group appear as a rejection of this Pan-African unity ideal. So one more time, family. This is why they'll never accept this. It says Pan-Africanism teaches that all people of African descent share a common origin and should unite as one people. From this lens, foundational Black Americans, FBA, identifying as a separate ethnic group may appear as a rejection of this Pan-African unity ideal. However, Pan-Africanism has never required Jamaicans to call themselves African Jamaicans or Nigerians to say African Nigerians. Their identity is allowed to be specific, tied to land, flag, and tribe. All right. Then it says, so when Black Americans insist on being known as FBA, some Pan-Africanists see it as division. You're being divisive, even though their own identity frameworks are already divided by country and tribe. And this is how we get them with that logic. Like, yo, so the Yorubos, Igbos, y'all the same? They say no, and we got them. So here it says the flawed logic and double standard. Let me go down. Let me go up a little more. Okay. So yeah, so listen, that's why my slogan is: you can't lie in 2025. It says the flawed logic.
I'm jacking that.
The
Destroying
flawed
lives
logic.
in 2025. Can't lie in 2025.
Can't.
And not even just that. I also say this. I've had this conversation with people face to face. And they say, well, I don't understand. What is your culture? What is your culture? And I say, you know what? I wouldn't have to justify that. I'm just going to ask you this. If you feel like that, why would you want to be a part of a people that don't have no culture?
Right.
Why do you want to be tethered to a group of people that you see as having no culture? Saying a group of people have no culture is saying that these individuals are uncivilized and barbaric. That's what that is.
Right. They're lost, they're confused, they're up for the taking.
What is it about us in which you see that we have no culture, but yet you want to be tethered to us? Oh,
right. Well,
this is what happened. I look at it like this.
Wait. Let me just knock this out first. Let me just knock this out because the family is really enjoying this right here. About again, like because we always ask why do they believe this stuff, and we're just human. We can't fathom such a hatred for us. So AI can though. So AI says the flawed logic and double standard. It says selective use of African Haitians say, "Hi, I'm Haitian." Jamaicans say, "Hi, I'm Jamaican." Nigerians say, "Hi, I'm Nigerian," or "I'm Igbo Yoruba." They don't say, "Hi, I'm African Haitian," or "Hi, I'm African Jamaican," or "Hey, I'm African Igbo." Yet some insist that Black Americans must identify as African American or African Black, but really African American because they even hate the word Black. It says, or else be called lost or anti-African, right? That's us. The ones who don't say African American, they call us lost. Their logic is we're lost or anti-African. That's a double standard. Black Americans were born and raised in the United States and have no direct link to African tribes or countries, and thus logically form their own ethnic identity rooted in their unique history, which we keep reminding them of, which they know, like they know, they just are behaving like white supremacists. White supremacists in the 1930s and 40s would never admit that systemic racism was a thing, and there's a such thing as a white supremacist. They would deny racism. Oh no, the sign right there says colors only, whites only, and they'll say no, 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 ain't no racism. So we know this. That's why I said they playing good cop, bad cop. They both have like the same logical views. All right. So it says lack of reciprocity and recognition. Why the resistance? Here are some sincere and flawed reasons why many Africans or Caribbeans reject Black Americans forming a distinct identity. Psychological colonial.
Hold on. Let me ask you something. You see that statement?
Yeah.
They reject Black Americans forming a distinct identity. Wouldn't that be, having that mentality, wouldn't that still be psychologically the same as being an enslaver?
Right. That's why I say that they're good cop, bad cop. They believe their logic is the same. They're just blaming each other.
How is it your business about what? How is it your business about if and when and why we form our own distinct identity?
Right. And I'm trying to explain that why they think like that. Okay, so watch this. It says so AI calls it psychological colonial hangover. You dig? So we're getting good question, good emphasis on that question, the way they felt. And AI calls it, and we need to call it psychological colonial hangover. Because they always talk about noun. They talk about colonial powers, colonialism, the colonizer. See, that's called psychological colonial hangover. You don't have a colonizer in your country, man. You're just drunk. You're just drunk. Okay,
So
you're
let's
just
take
drunk.
that phrase. Hit them with that
Yeah.
phrase. You got psychological colonial hangover.
Yeah. So some diaspora people, some diaspora people believe unity equals sameness. So they see FBA's identity assertion as division. So I'm giving the family some possible answers why they'll never reject you as foundational. So that's not only a problem because some of them would say, okay, foundational African American. So there's two words in that acronym that they hate. One is black, one is foundational because it shows division, right? It shows exclusion. They can't call themselves black. They know that. And that's why I say what I say, and I pulled it up. We're the only black people. We're the only people on the planet Earth to use black as a standalone identity. They came and hijacked it later with the Black Power, Black Africanist movement. They started to call all dark people black, and that's when the confusion started because they have no recollection, no history of calling themselves black as a standalone identity before we embraced it, right? First, okay. So yeah, so the foundational is concerning to them and problematic, but so is the word black. Now they're realizing, wow, that thing is exclusive and unique to their experience. It's more than a color; it's their livelihood through their ancestors to now. That's all black, and it's still growing. Like there's no period. The definition of black grows every day.
Yeah.
That's kind of what the FBA the Holy Codex was saying. Like our culture is ever evolving. There's no period. Okay. So anyway, part of that colonial hangover bullet point was but that same logic is rarely applied to themselves. They are proudly Jamaican or Nigerian without seeing that as disunity. And that's what we've been saying. So jealousy or discomfort with FBA cultural dominance. It says jealousy or discomfort with our cultural dominance. You don't have no culture. You're right. We have cultural dominance. You dig? This ain't normal. So FBA culture, hip hop, civil rights, sports, media is globally dominant. Not your eating rice, getting your cow shit on your fucking head. That's not, or your bush meat practice. That's not globally dominant. That's globally rejected. You see those people with facial expressions when I played that news report and people say, hey, what do you think about cow meat, dinosaur meat, and rat meat being smuggled? All of them like, ew, ew. That's called globally rejection. Global rejection. That's what that's called. Global rejection. Okay. So some may feel overshadowed and respond with undermining or gatekeeping behaviors, e.g., you're not African enough. You know, that's the way to counter the global dominancy that we have. Misunderstanding of lineage, based ethnicity. Many don't grasp that FB is a lineage. That's why they must make it a movement. Like Revenues kept trying to do. They got to make it, and also the Amawali African coon I was playing earlier. This guy right here, him. That's the guy that got Baba Smalls in trouble with FBA. Okay. So those people, when Tariq had to clap back and cook them and make them submit that he is FBA after all that trash he was talking. Yeah, that's the guy who started all that. So they got to make the lineage a movement to like make a valid point against it. But we're not a political movement or ideology. It's no different than Igbo. So FBA, AI understands FBA is no different than Igbo, Ashanti, or Maroon, or Mexican American. Okay. It is based on shared ancestry, historical experience, and cultural evolution. Told you, evolution. All right.
That cultural evolution is the exclamation point when you said the brothers broke the codex, said there's no period on our culture.
Right.
It keeps
It's ever evolving.
Ever
Okay.
evolving.
So now here's the question that many of us are faced with individually, even the brothers who was debating right here. It's this thing. One brother was like, hey man, you guys know better. You're just gaslighting. The other brother said, nah, they just trying to learn, bro. Just answer the questions. You feel me? So we are in a state of confusion amongst ourselves. We are wondering, are these folks sincerely just stupid to what they're saying? Or are they like purposely being hypocritical? So that's what we're dealing with right now. It says many are sincere in their belief. So this is what AI believe. AI believe many of them are sincere in their belief that unity is important. But when that belief only restricts Black Americans from naming themselves while allowing others to maintain specific national or tribal pride, it becomes hypocritical, controlling, rooted in misunderstanding, or that's a possibility, but AI is still entertaining historical envy. Like, I don't know if all of them are innocently stupid. Okay, then there is often zero criticism of tribal identity in Africa, zero, but intense resistance to Black Americans creating their own. Even though FBA is the result of centuries of forced displacement, enslavement, and cultural transformation, zero criticism of tribal identity in Africa, but all of the criticism, damn it, 99.9 of it goes to Black Americans creating our ethnic unique name for ourselves, like Igbo. Same thing, Igbo, Yoruba, FBA.
Yep.
And here we go. So summary, the key points. Issue, flag-based identity. Black Americans want their own FBA or use the American flag. And we're going to talk about the American heritage, the Black American heritage flag a little later. It says, okay, stop. It says Africans and Caribbean use Jamaica, Nigeria, Haiti, and etc. flag. That's why I asked Revenue yesterday, what is the African flag? He tried to lie. He tried to lie and say R. He tried to lie and say RBG. That's okay. So why do the Ghanaians hold up that Ghanaian flag and not the RBG African flag? Oh, nah. See, some of them got red. Well, guess what? America got red too. You know that's just stupid. Okay. So how about hold up both of them? Stop telling me like, see, the colors are there. No, okay, hold up both of them because if there's an African a continental flag, then y'all need to hold up both. Like over here in America. Indians, East Indians, they live over here. they'll have the American flag flying high and they'll have their flag flying lower in their communities, like respecting, the flag that they're staying in. So Africa, same way, hold up the Canadian flag and have the African flag flying higher. But there's no RBG African flag. We know that. He just made that shit up. All right.
That's
So
that Pan-African flag.
yeah, which
RBG.
they just lie. Everybody
That's the
know.
Pan-African flag.
Yeah, we all know they just lie. Okay, so the other issue is tribal cultural roots. Foundation Black Americans, descendants of slavery, distinct culture. Africans and Caribbeans rooted in specific tribes, Igbo, Akan, etc. Maroon. Issue, use of African. Foundation Black Americans, many reject African American as vague. Okay, we see it as all inclusive, don't identify nothing specifically. Africans and Caribbeans don't use African as a prefix for themselves. So we both reject it. You dig? Africans, Caribbeans, and FBAs, we all reject the term African as our primary identifier. We all agree on that, but they're just delusional. Now, identity formation. Black Americans, FBAs, forming ethnic group out of necessity, and Africans and Caribbeans already have land, tribe, and language. Here's the final thought. So, he did a good job explaining some of their twisted logic. The irony is this. Foundation Black Americans were stripped of tribe, language, and country because of Africans. They sold us. So when they sold us, they kept the tribe, language, and everything else, the flags. All right. Yet, when they attempt to rebuild a collective identity, FBA, okay, they're told they're being divisive by the very people who enjoy the full cultural identity they never lost. And that is deep.
Facts. And it's even diabolical. The same people who kept theirs is the same people who sold us, and they share 50% of the blame while we lost ours, air quotes. So how could you be criticized something that was taken from us when you were 50% responsible for it being taken from us? So
yeah, I agree.
Yeah. And now that we developed one for ourselves on our own through our shared experience in time and place, now they're mad at it because that same culture that we've developed is now globally dominant.
Global dominance is how AI defined our culture.
I think everybody in the chat should take what you put out there, get that from AI, and those are your talking points when you're dealing with these people.
Yeah, I'm gonna do some type of PDF. That's what I'm gonna do.
Yeah.
I'm gonna take all that because I got hella information, but just on this subject, I'm gonna take all that
Can I
information.
say something, Ron?
Let me just say what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna take the information and I'm gonna make like a 2, 3, 4, 5 page PDF with nothing long because everybody not a reader. But I'm gonna do that for us. It'll have all those talking points and it explain their logic and it explain our logic why we are, we're justified in doing what we're doing. Go ahead.
Ron, you're good at that research and pulling that kind of information up. I think you should do that generally for this type of stuff to give the body, to give FBA the talking point, because everybody's not going to be as good as you, Ron. So for people who need these talking points on their everyday lives, this is how you spread it. Hey, take this, y'all. Take this. Give them the ammo they need. Give them the ability to defend themselves. Once average FBA has the ability to defend themselves with these kind of talking points, that shit going to stop.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, some of us, we respond from an emotional standpoint because we know inherently that's bullshit, but we don't have the words to put together for it. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I think it's a good idea to do like a 5-page PDF. And my email is blackthinktank@yahoo.com. Everything spelled correctly. And also, it's good to have my email just in case, this channel get flagged. This channel get flagged down and nobody know where the new channel is at. I can email and say, hey, man, what's the new channel? Because channels do get flagged down for the craziest reason.
Chat, put your email in the chat every day.
Yeah, I'll do that.
Yeah, like in the beginning, in the middle, and the end of the, put it in. You said Black Think Tank at Gmail.
Yahoo. I'm older. Yahoo. Yeah, I'm old. I'm an old school guy. Yeah,
Oh, you
when
said
Yahoo was
Yahoo.
popping. Yeah, Black Think Tank
Oh,
at yahoo.com.
oh, he said Yahoo. Wow.
Yeah,
You
so
know what?
estimate.
Yahoo was still good. Yahoo
Yeah,
was good for
so
stuff like this.
shit, man.
Yeah.
I know folks who got AOL, man. So they more of a dinosaur.
Oh,
So
yeah.
SMK says I'll donate towards the PDF. I don't really think that deserves donations because it's not like I'm printing out for you. I'm gonna email it to you, and you're gonna do your, you know what I mean. You're gonna do your own saving and print out. So yeah, so I don't need any money for
Yeah.
that. That don't cost anything to make. But now you can donate just for the sake of donating, right? I don't want it to like be towards something specific that doesn't deserve
Yeah.
donations.
Yeah. I think the chat, like, I support. I think the chat should support. When you're doing stuff like that consistently, I think the chat should support the channel for you doing stuff like that, because they can take, these are things we can take. You're doing us a service. This
Right.
is a service. And actually, this is part of the code. What's the code? The code is to what? Part of the code is to frequent FBA goods, the purchasing of FBA goods and services. You're part of the new black media. So if you're giving us information that we can use for ourselves politically, culturally, things of that nature, we should. This is your job. So let's support it so that we can keep this going and grow it. Just the same way we support Jason Black Authority, the same way we support Tariq Nasheed and others. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So if he does that for support it.
Yeah, I always say it this way.
Sometimes.
So I always say it this way because I'm like reluctant to get donation on a specific thing because I'll be looking like Umar and Marcus Garvey. So I'll just say the donations should be, if you want to donate to anything, that's me sacrificing time to do all this. Because you see, you hear a 3-year in the background. Like he wants to do what he wants to do. I want to do what I want to do. So I sacrifice a lot of time, research. I go live twice. You know what I mean? Because I feel like this is needed. I feel like everybody is overtime working to like make sure we don't have a voice, make sure we don't have a lineage, and it's not enough of us putting in work to combat all that stuff. As you can see, they're calling in with more innovative hate, so we got to stay on top of it. And Tariq only can do but so much, but he got a large family, he got a lot of stuff going on, so he can't really donate as much time as us. That's why you have the McCows on there. You feel me? And the Dans, because they have more time. You can see even he's like stepping back, saying, "You know what? You guys got more time to rebut this shit." And he's letting them come on and cook. Marcel. That's how I see myself. Like, the Jason Blacks, like these guys are doing a great job, but they're busy with other shit as well. So some of us would sacrifice more time than others, like myself. So to appreciate that sacrifice, you could donate to the sacrifice, but I don't want to donate to anything I'm doing that I was going to do anyway. You feel me? So I put the Cash App there for that. But yeah, that's all. You be donating just for
I
me
agree.
sacrificing time to defend our lineage.
I just call it donating to the channel, period.
Yeah,
You know what I'm
okay.
saying?
Cool.
All of it's inclusive. All of that's inclusive of what I'm saying. Donate to the channel, period. That's one of the reasons why I'm like, yo, like same thing. I'm like, yo, let me put this in the chat. Sometimes I'm like, I don't think the chat is reading it. So like when I did the six points, I put some of the 6 points in the super chat.
Oh yeah. That was good. That was good.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying? Because my idea is, there's a lot of us who have ideas of how to go to the next level, how to defend ourselves, how to move the needle, and it gets nowhere if we can't get it to our people. So I'm like, oh, Ron got a nice following. Let me put this out there to see what the people think about it. So why not add it as a super chat so they can read it and I support the channel at the same time.
And you know what? You saying that plus what Higher Heights just put it in the chat kind of gave me a little idea. Okay. She said no honor in the schools, churches, or politics. And kind of what you just said. Because in all of our schools and colleges, you got sections of African studies, which really is bullshit. They're just teaching like Pan-Africanism. You dig?
Yeah.
I'm like, why we can't get in those same places and teach, history from a foundational Black and American perspective. You dig? Where it's centered around, because that bullshit centered around Africa and anybody in a United States American college. It's like why we can't teach American history with a little sprinkle of Africa and international countries, but more so
But
focus on.
guess what? Guess what, Ron? It started off as Black studies and turned into African studies out of nowhere.
Yeah, you damn Pan-Africans, man. Them niggas are crazy, bro.
It just started off as Black studies.
All right, did.
Then all of a sudden, it started off as Black studies. Then everything is African. Like,
It started off
what you
Black studies.
talking about?
Everybody had a bow tie and suit, and everybody got a kente cloth and
It's
bush
not
meat
cheap.
smuggled in their bag somewhere.
Come on, man. Hey,
All
yeah.
right. All right, so let me get to the next thing, because the channel is called that, and they like, well, get to it. All right, so let me get to it. First of all, let's address this real culture thing that we just heard. So I want to know what AI thinks. So AI said, why some Africans use language to define real culture. It says when many Africans, especially from tribal societies like Yoruba, Akan, Igbo, etc., define culture, they often use their own lived experience as the standard. And these, which is crazy. These is, yeah, of course we're never gonna have that. We don't care to, eat mud and fillet a cat. Like, yeah, that's never gonna be part of our culture. So it says in these societies, culture and the sites that I just named, to these tribal Africans, culture equals tribe plus language plus customs plus spiritual system plus food plus clothing. That's funny. That's exactly how they define it. All right, they define culture. It says language is often considered the carrier of culture, a living system that transmits values, beliefs, humors, proverbs, and worldwide. So when Africans say Black Americans don't have culture, what they often really mean is Black Americans don't have a tribal system like mine, or they don't speak an African language. So this is the interpretation of what they're saying when they say what they say. We don't have a tribal affiliation, like a primitive affiliation, and we don't have an African language. Okay, but AI says, but that doesn't mean Black Americans don't have culture. It just means their definition is ethnocentrically narrow. Okay. So now let's go into this flawed, hateful claim. Yeah, AI be cooking them, bro. Okay. So the flawed logic, yeah, it be cooking them. So the flawed logic in that claim, culture is not dependent on language alone. Italians speak Italian, Haitians speak Creole, Black Americans speak African American English, AAE, or we could say Foundation Black American English, FBAE.
Hold
Okay.
on, Ron. You know what I just heard right there? I just heard AI, and anytime you talk about our language, AI brings AAE up. That sounds like our African American vernacular is accepted as a language generally.
Right. Yeah, because I do see that a lot. I just read through it. I never really sat there. Yeah, but that's true. Like,
It
that's
never
true. I
says we
keep
speak
seeing that.
English. It never says we speak English. It always says we speak African American vernacular English,
Yeah,
and
because
it promotes it as a language.
that's a good highlight, because I expected to read English, like American English. You did, but this thing
That's why I had
said
to stop you.
AAE. Yeah, no, that was a good stop, and that was a good observation. It did not say American English. Yes, we do got our own language. AAE
Yeah.
is what it's called, formally, but I'm gonna throw in obviously FBAVE, Foundation Black
Yeah.
American Vernacular English.
Yeah.
But the proper term in these debates, you want to type in AAE or AAVE just for the sake of the point. Of course, we don't agree with the African, but just for the sake of the point in the argument, that might be more formal. That's a formalized argument, better than what we throwing in it now. Okay, but anyway, yeah. Italians speak Italian, Haitians speak Creole, Black Americans speak African American English, which is a valid dialect with its own syntax, slang, and rhetorical style, e.g., call and response, dozens, layer, metaphor. Yes, AI reckon See, that's the thing, man. It's like, so y'all lied. What English do you speak? AAE or AA, was it? AAE, AAVE. Okay. So like these guys are just lying and they're just saying they're just saying what we know and don't know, and they're gonna play in the gray area. All right, so we do have language, right? We got FBA VE, FBA AE, FBA E. Okay. Anyway, a language
Hello?
or dialect.
Oh,
Yeah. No, he was yelling in the background. Playing. A language or dialect doesn't have to be African in origin to be valid culturally. So these are some of the so what you was saying was to highlight was this. These are some of the highlight things we need to repeat to them. You know, if we want to entertain them. Hey man,
mhm,
a language or dialect doesn't have to be African in origin to be valid culturally. So we got to establish that. Like,
mhm.
do you understand that? I don't have to speak an African language to have a culture. Okay. So that's what they're
And
really
this
saying.
and this part. Remember in the beginning, it says they're coming from their own lived experience. That's what they're
Yeah.
judging from. So if that's the case, we're saying they're starting from a prejudiced point of view. If you're not
Right.
like us, it's not valid.
Right.
That's
Exactly.
prejudice.
And then they'll turn it around on us when we say they're not like us. They'll say, "Oh, you guys being prejudiced." It's like, okay. Um, so Black American vernacular is a fusion of African speech patterns, Southern English, and resistance coding. So when it says African, we're talking about, I'm assuming talking about African American. So it says Africans, um, oh, maybe it's talking about Africa. I'm not sure. But it's like I looked it over again. It says Africans who speak English or French still claim their culture. Interesting. Many West Africans speak English, French, or Portuguese fluently as their main language due to colonialism. We need to ask them that. Hey, those West Africans that don't speak a lick of African, right? They speak French mainly, they speak Portuguese mainly, or the only thing, or English. Do they have a culture? I think that's yeah. So yeah, I'm gonna definitely make a nice PDF out of this. Okay, so it says yet they're never told they don't have no culture for doing so. I'm saying these Africans are ruthless. Y'all seeing that these guys are no. Just put a hood on them. You dig? Just put a dashiki hood on them. So
Yeah.
why? Okay, so it says so why? Hey, I know you laughing at anything, but relax. It says so why are Black Americans told this when they speak the language forced on them through slavery? It says culture evolves. We just talked about that. We got the ever evolving culture. Culture is
Mhm.
not static or limited to ancient forms like they believe. Foundation Black Americans have created gospel, blues, jazz, R&B, hip. I'm gonna try to read a lot because I got a lot of reading. Because I still got to go over the Black
Mhm.
American flag, heritage flag. So this is light compared to what I got to read later. I'm trying to get through it all. So anyway, culture evolves, but highlight something. But let me try to tackle as much as possible. Because trust me, when I go to the Black American heritage flag, it's gonna be a lot. I'm comparing that to the FBA and ADOS movement. Like, what's the difference? Is there any difference at all? Because they like to highlight Tariq Nasheed as though he's doing something new, and I'm going to point out he just copying the blueprint. Okay, so
Yeah.
culture evolves. Culture is not static or limited to ancient forms. Foundation Black Americans have created gospel, blues, jazz, gospel, blues, jazz, R&B, hip hop, and go-go music. Black Black church culture, shouting, testifying, organ riffs, tithing, etc. Civil rights traditions, e.g., black respectability, politics, protest strategy, and they get mad when we boycott. That's our culture. It's like, wait a minute.
Exactly.
When we use our culture
Yep.
to boycott you guys, you get mad. Then you said they won't have culture, but now you make your mind up. The boycotting is our culture.
It's part of our culture. It's part of our.
Right.
It's a part of our civic style of civic self defense.
Right.
That's
Yeah,
what I
that's an
call it.
action.
Civic self defense. Yes.
We don't have culture, but they get mad when we exercise our culture. Okay, so cuisine, soul food, yes, ridiculous. Cuisine, soul food rooted in West African, Native American, and Southern traditions. Fashion. Now, I don't mind AI saying that. I don't mind. It might be true or untrue. I don't.
There's
But
some
what I'm
there's
saying
some
is,
there's some sprinkle some West African there. There's
yes,
some
but
sprinkle of it.
let me just explain why I don't mind. Like that's not a gotcha moment to me because we are inventors and we are innovators. So I got a video explaining the difference. Oftentimes the innovation is better than the invention. Okay, so when
Mm-hmm.
they say, "Hey,
Yeah, but
this
we
beat
stand on
came
both
from Africa,"
sides.
wait, let me just click real fast. So when they say this beat comes from Africa and this comes from, okay, you might be right, but guess what? We put it together. The same way
Mm-hmm.
they give Cool Herc the credit because he put it together. It's like, well, we put this together. So where's our credit? So it's a double standard in that logic all the way
Mm-hmm.
around. But the innovators, the innovations are usually more practical. They have a more worldwide use and usually worldwide more accepted than the invention. The invention gave
Mm-hmm.
the idea, but the innovators took the idea somewhere on another level. So when they
Made it
say
better.
West African, right? When they say West African in our cuisines, I'm not gonna argue that. I'm gonna say, fine, put that there, and we innovated. We made it better. We made it an international, global dish, along with everything else.
Facts.
So that doesn't bother me. That's there because we're innovators. Okay, so fashion from zoot suits to Afro picks to FUBU. Okay. You gotta kind of be too loud. You're competing with me. Okay, that is culture. Even if it's okay, so that's culture even if it wasn't born in Africa, because to them, they really just want to say that. They really just want to say, hey, nothing you did was from Africa, so it doesn't count. That's all they want to say.
Mm-hmm.
So historical context, why Black Americans have a different cultural form, stripped of tribal identity by force, slavery intentionally destroyed tribal, linguistic, and ancestral ties. Let me explain that. It was intentionally destroyed because we were bought. You dig? Why would they keep
Mm-hmm.
what the seller had on us?
Yeah. Yeah.
The
Yeah.
the, the Harrison plantation sells me to the Jones plantation. The first thing the Jones plantation is going to do is take off those clothes and that last name. That last name
Mm-hmm.
gone. You're Jones now, and take those goddamn clothes off and put these on.
Yep.
That's what our buyers did, and it makes the most sense. They said,
They,
"Oh no,
and they're
no."
gonna say, "What's that language you speak? I don't understand it, so y'all not gonna
Yeah,
speak that around me because I might be plotting against me."
right now, yeah, I'm the owner now. This is what y'all gonna have. So
Mm-hmm.
that's why I say when they sold us, they sold our ability to be African. That stayed in
Mm-hmm.
Africa.
And
And the
our
new buyer said,
Africanism
this is who
stripped.
you are now. Right. Right. Because it by the buyer, it just makes sense. If I buy something like a car from you and you got your smell goods in there, your thing dangling from the yeah, I'm gonna put my touch to it.
Mm-hmm.
Because really this is still your car. I'm just driving it, or I'm just owner, but it's your car. Gotta put my touch to it. You dig? This is the Harrison car now. Yeah. So that's why it's important for the buyer to pretty much make it their own. And that I can't say V4. No, you can't say to me, yo, Harrison, yo, what you do to my car? Like, your car. It's my car now. I painted shit candy, you know what I
Yeah.
mean? It's your car, bro. And that's what they're doing today. They're trying to say, hey, what you do to
Mm-hmm.
our cars? Like, no, this ain't your car, bro. It haven't been your car for 4, 5, 600 years, man.
Yeah. We talking
It's
about,
my
bro.
shit. My
My
shit.
shit.
Okay.
And it's not even the
Right.
same call because look, what you sold us was a what was that? What was the first cars they produced when they first made out?
Oh yeah,
These
yeah.
things
I
is
forgot.
these things is,
Right.
yeah, these things now these things are S580s now. You say
Right.
big
Right. Nah, facts. So the license plate is different. The
Mm-hmm.
deed is different. The not the deed,
Mm-hmm.
but the
The title.
the bill of sale, right, is different. The insurance is different. And the only thing that's the same is that VIN number. And that VIN number is just your ancestral connection. That's it. That's it.
That's a distant
That's
ancestral connection.
oh, but yeah, you got African ancestry. Yeah, but that's the VIN number. You dig? This car is completely different. All right.
Mm-hmm.
So enslaved Africans were not allowed to preserve their language, customs, or names. Over time, what emerged was a new survival-based culture on American soil, Black American culture, diaspora trauma. FBA, Foundation Black Americans culture is forged in the crucible of chattel slavery, Jim Crow, Great Migration, civil rights, mass incarceration, and cultural resilience. That's what makes us FBA, and then they can never um, be one, because if they went through one of these things, civil rights, mass incarceration, they didn't go through Great Migration, Jim Crow, chattel slavery. You gotta check all these boxes. See, this ain't the Black African American box. You gotta check all these. So
Yep.
so that trauma shaped a new ethnic identity, not a tribe, but still a lineage and nation within a nation.
That's a fact. And you know what's crazy? Even the general Caucasian population, American Caucasian population, sees it the same way. Even in a negative way. This is why when you see that they put the immigrant or the Black immigrant above us, that shows they see a difference in us.
Right. Right.
So they see a difference.
Yeah.
They see a difference. This
Yeah.
is why they do what they do for a particular contextual reason, whatever it is, whether it's for good or bad. They show that they understand there's a difference between us and them.
Facts.
100%.
100%.
Yeah, they know y'all. When remember did you see when they were showing that guy back to 2004 at I think it was at the Ronald Reagan thing or something it was, where he was talking about why they was accepting the corporations are taking Africans over African quote unquote African Americans.
I don't remember at this moment.
All right. Well, they were explaining down the line that one of the reasons they do that is because when they know and understand that when you pull foundational Black Americans into corporations, there's a lot of things that they cannot do to us without knowing that we are going to fight back. And it only takes one of us. Because as soon as one of us starts to fight, there come the team. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So
facts.
instead of going, but they know
a whole protest boycott.
Facts. So, but they know and understand that if they accept these individuals and they get away with saying that they're not racist because, hey, these guys are Black, and then two, right? They know these guys are not going to kick up dust, so they can go. They're going to go along with the get along game with the shenanigans that white supremacy might be up to in those corporations. They're going to go along with the get along game. They know we're not, but that's part of understanding our culture. They understand they understand that resistance is part of our culture.
Right, and they understand that the other thing is this: they understand that these guys, when they come over here, they're not American. They're not due citizenship and whatever comes with it, right? So they can be deported. So they're not. Why would I? If my goal is to be a citizen, and I'm here on a H-1B visa, student visa, or even an asylum seeker status or a refugee status, or an illegal. The goal is to be a citizen at some point. So why would I ruffle feathers when they just could say, "What you say? Go back."
Yeah.
So why would I ruffle feathers? So that's one of the main reasons. Why would I come here to ruffle feathers when the goal is to become a citizen, right? So that means they would have to, if they're going to ruffle feathers, they're going to at least wait it out, right? Anyway, so counterpoint: sincere misunderstanding versus cultural superiority. Some Africans or Caribbean folks who make these arguments may be sincere. They may not understand the unique trajectory of Black Americans, but others use it to elevate their culture as pure or authentic. These are the haters who know better, who don't do it for those reasons. They do it intentionally, like the revenues and other African booty scraps we called in. So it says, but others use it to elevate their culture as pure or authentic, to dismiss Black Americans, foundational Black Americans, as disconnected or lost, as a form of soft disrespect or passive gatekeeping. So that's why I say, bro, don't preface to me, hey man, I'm not a hater. Dude, just talk. Like, save me with that bullshit. Now, but they overlook the fact that Haitians don't speak African languages, but no one questions Haitian culture. Afro-Brazilians rarely speak Yoruba, yet they have rich traditions. Jamaican patois is not an African language. Their line say it is, but Jamaicans are still seen as having culture. Okay, cool. I get it. I fix it. Okay, so it says, so again, the logic is inconsistent and unfair when applied only to Black Americans. All right. So anyway, here we are. Summary misconception. Culture must speak African language. Reality. Culture equals beliefs, customs. Move in your hand. Don't touch those numbers. You're gonna freeze your iPad. So culture really equals belief, customs, language, survival systems, music, food, rituals. That's what culture really is. Not you must speak an African language. Black Americans don't. Okay, wait. Black Americans don't live like Yoruba equals no culture. Okay, so we don't live like the Yoruba tribe, so we don't have culture. The reality is they've created Black Americans have created a distinct post-slavery culture, e.g., Black church, AAVE, jazz, hip hop, soul food. The lie, the misconception, only African tribal systems are valid. The truth, all cultures are valid if formed through shared experiences, values, and continuity. The lie, speaking English equals you're lost or whitewashed. The truth, English was forced. English was forced. Black Americans, Foundation Black Americans, adapted it to create a new expression, AAVE slang rap. Okay, so that is you can build on that if you want to. That is that on that. So that's the explanation of that. The whole culture lie shit.
Yep. And that right there, that gave out a detailed way of understanding what's going on and how our people could take those talking points to to defend themselves against African booty scratchers.
Yeah,
They gotta be really childish, man. Like how I can't see how you can be a 40, 50-year-old man or woman carrying the words of children in your ears. That's the words of children or the jokes of children as a grown person, and it's and saying you're upset with grown people based on the words of what a child said to you when you were a child. I'm like, you have to be the most, as a group of people, you have to be the most unevolved people ever. You called me an African booty scratcher.
Right.
Okay. We called each other that.
Yeah, that was a term thrown around because remember, aren't we Africans too? According to you folks,
Exactly.
aren't you know what I mean? Yeah, according to these guys, aren't we Africans too? So yeah, so why you think so? Okay, well, if we're all Africans, well then why was this only for you?
Mm-hmm.
Why we don't feel that way when we recalled it? If we're all Africans, why we don't feel the same trauma from this term?
Mm-hmm.
See, so they know when that term was thrown around, they took that thing to heart because they believed that they were the only African in the room. That's what they really believed.
Exactly. See, and until recently, they used to always say that. Are we really African? They used to say that.
Right, of course.
Especially in
Yes, you're right. They used to question our African nationality, definitely when I was growing up.
Mm-hmm. And that guy, who called and said that from Harlem, saying that the Africans, they deal with them, bro. I'm not from Harlem. I'm from Brooklyn, but we move around all the time. There's bad Africans in Brooklyn too, bro. Let me tell you something. Generally speaking, Africans stay to themselves.
Of course.
They'll have shops and everything. They have shops and everything, but you rarely see Africans coming in. If you see Africans coming into somebody else's shop to buy and sell, that's the second or third generationer. Possibly first generation.
Right.
But
and he knew I was speaking to he know I was speaking to the immigrants, right? Come on, man.
Yeah, yes. But those guys that are straight immigrants, fresh, not even fresh over here, but they're immigrants. They're not American citizens, but they're over here. They rarely, you don't see them in our spaces.
Right, and that's what I was saying, like an obvious fact.
Yeah. You don't see them in our spaces. Come on. You don't see, they go to their own clubs, they go to their own restaurants, they go to their own churches. They go to their own churches, all of that.
Yeah, and I guarantee I'd ask him, hey, are they in the black church? He'd have said, yeah. He'd have lied. Say, yeah. Like, okay.
Yeah. Yeah.
All right. Okay, so, okay, here we are. So I think I'm where I want to be. Yeah, I definitely am. All right, so now let's talk about this Black American heritage flag. Now, I pointed out this. Let me just read it first. Okay, I think that background image is better. All right, so the Black American heritage flag. All right, here we go. Let's go into it. The history of the Black American heritage flag, the origin and purpose. Watch this, family. Okay. The Black American heritage flag was created in 1967. So just off that, I got a question. This is during the Black Power.
Gotta take a call. I'm gonna drop it off real quick.
Oh,
okay.
Should be another.
Okay, hold on.
Okay.
Let me get this iPad set up once again. Go that way.
Well, if you see that, if you
Okay,
see
let me
that,
just switch it so it's on my account.
if you see this.
Mm.
Oh, yeah,
Say
babe.
hello.
Hello.
Say FBA.
FBA.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
All right, here you go.
FBA.
Here you go. Got to add to that. Turn it down. Go over there. 1 second. 1 second before I look. This is important. All right. So the first thing I want you guys to notice that it says 1967. Matter of fact, let me switch views. Let me come over so I can read the chat, right? Because I want to be able to read the chat. I want to be able to read the chat. While I read on this, because I want to be able to respond to what you guys, you know what I mean? The feedback. Okay. So let's do this. Okay, so it says the Black American heritage flag. And by the way, most people, I asked Unc, all these Pan-Africanists, none of them know anything about this flag. So after this live, they're going to go research it because they want to be updated. They don't want to be embarrassed when we have these conversations. Remember, we don't read. Foundation Black Americans and ADOS, we don't read. Only freedmen don't read. Only Pan-Africanists. And they got to always tell us about our history in America. Okay? So if that's the case, then they better know about the Black American heritage flag. Unc didn't. I left it alone. But now they'll go out there and scramble and research and try to be updated. And they'll even do a live on this eventually. But it was inspired by an FBA channel. So look at today's date, look at the year, and you'll see the Black American heritage flag on their channels after today. Okay. We are innovators. We are trendsetters. We set the tone. So I see Elijah Spraggins got, see, I need to see the chat for these reasons. I see he got, okay, so a person like Elijah, you gotta go make a new channel, buddy, a new username. Okay, we're not bothered at all. Okay, 1967 Family by Melvin Charles and Garris Thomas. Now, my question is, why wasn't this flag called the African American Heritage Flag? Okay, because as I read earlier in that brief synopsis, Black people always felt like African equal foreigner equal deportee, and we seen African American together, that term, as a loose identification that wasn't specific, and it was inclusive to recent immigrants, Black and African immigrants who didn't experience Jim Crow, Great Migration, all those things. Okay, slavery, the peonage system, hire it out, all those things that unbiased Ron can cook on in a drop of a dime. Anyway, okay, so two Black American men from Harlem, interesting enough, Harlem, New York, during the height of the civil rights movement. At the time, Charles and Thomas recognized that other ethnic groups had heritage flags, symbols of identity and cultural pride, but Black Americans did not. So I wonder what other ethnic groups he's talking about. He'll tell you. Okay. So their gold, Charles Murray, and what's the bill name? Charles Murray. That's an easy name to remember. The other dude name is, I'm sorry, Melvin. I said Charles Murray. Uh, Melvin Charles. I hope I had not been saying Charles Murray the whole time. Charles Murray. That is that's the bell curve guy. So that name is stuck in my brain. So if I've been saying Charles Murray all this time, that's an error. You dig? I meant to say Melvin Charles. Melvin Charles and Garris Thomas. What about them? Their goal was to create a flag that represented the unique identity of Black Americans who, it don't, not African Americans, who descended from enslaved Africans in the United States. So this Black American title, family, is exclusive to those only that descended from, that's DAS, descended from enslaved Africans in the United States. That's DOS. You dig? So people always were saying American descendant slaves. They just never use it as an acronym or as an ethnic identifier. Okay, but Melvin Charles, okay, and what's his name? Garris Thomas. They made it clear that Black Americans are people who descend from enslaved Africans in the United States. This ain't everybody who come to the country. Okay, so that's why I say black was never initially supposed to be a standalone identity for everybody who's melanated that come to America. Black was exclusive to just foundational Black Americans. So I'm not making this up. I'm reading the time for you. So uh, Melvin Charles, I want to say Charles Murray so bad. Melvin Charles and Garris Thomas, right? They believed that the only Black people in the world were foundational Black Americans. All right. This whole everybody's Black thing wasn't a figment of their imagination at all. At all. So it was the Pan-Africanists who was calling everybody Black, everybody dark Black, for this fake Pan-African reality, Peter Pan-African reality. So let me see something before I read on. This is going to be a good note. Okay, cool. Let's go. Also, their goal was to instill pride and unity in Black American communities. That's an exclusive group of people. That's not all inclusive. That's not a loose term like African American. Like they said, African American, we felt like that was inclusive to even recent immigrants. Okay. We didn't feel like that with Black America. We felt Black American was only speaking to us in America. That's a fact. All right. Flag design and symbol. Let's get to it. Come on, come on, come on. Okay. So the flag consists of the following elements, each deeply symbolic. Red stripe represents the blood, sweat, and tears of Black Americans who built and continue to build the United States. So they understood that some of the early founders of this country were foundational Black Americans, okay? Melvin Charles and Garris Thomas were not confused on who built the country. The red actually stands for that. The red actually stands for who built the country. The black stripe represents the African heritage and melanin of Black people. I think it's good that I show the flag as I read this. Hold on. Okay, I think that's better. That represents what I'm reading. Okay. Okay, let's take it back. Let's take it back. Flag design symbolism. The flag consists of the following elements, each deeply symbolic. Okay, the red stripe represents the blood, sweat, and tears of Black Americans who built and continue to build the United States. Foundational. The black stripe represents the African heritage and melanin of Black people. The gold or saffron. So the black stripe represents the African heritage and melanin of Black people. Okay. So they had some tie to Africa in some way. But heritage though. All right. Gold or saffron, circle and wreath symbolizes prosperity, hope, and spiritual growth. The gold star and flame represents eternal flame of hope, perseverance, and Black excellence, which I talk about a lot. Adoption and spread. Though the flag did not receive the same level of nationwide attention as the Pan-African flag, red, black, and green. So it's comparing two flags trying to represent us. One flag is all inclusive to everybody Black. Caribbean, Canada, Britain, Brazilian, just everybody. All right. One other flag is solely focused on the experience of Black people in America, which stem from chattel slavery. One flag is exclusive to an experience in America, starting with slavery, and the other flag is all inclusive to just Black folks all over the world, the red, black, and green. All right. Matter of fact, let me just know the date on this one. How do you want to know? Okay, so this is okay. So people say Garvey, then some because when I say RBG, I say Garvey. He act like red, black, and green flag was before Garvey, so that's why I say let me know for myself. Okay, so the flag was created as a response to racism against African Americans in 1920 with the help of Marcus Garvey. So why did Unc say, okay, it was adopted? So maybe he was right. Africans yes, it was adopted. I don't know. I'm gonna ask ChatGPT the origins, like when did this flag come about? What year? Because it says adopted. I'm not sure if it was around already and they picked it up, or they created it and then adopted at the same time, like kind of like the Black American Heritage flag. So I'll be more I'll get more details in a second. All right. Anyway, see the use: Africans, Afro-Caribbeans, Americans, everybody. So I find it interesting that this flag was to represent Foundation Black Americans, and the competing flag, the RBG flag, was to not solely represent African Americans, but everybody who didn't experience our unique struggle. Interesting. So you can really say by that information, we can conclude that the RBG green flag was a op flag. It was to sabotage, undermine what we were trying to do in this country. And it replaced it one more time. Though the flag did not receive the same level of nationwide attention as the Pan-African flag, red, black, and green. So this flag was created to replace that flag. It gained grassroots support in Black churches, schools, and civic groups. Some city officials began recognizing it in parades and community events, especially during Black History Month and Juneteenth celebrations. So this flag was trying to gain some steam. It got stomped out by the Pan-Africanist flag. So now you see why they're mad at FBA, because they thought this was another attempt to establish Black American heritage, and they just gonna stomp it out like before. But we stomped them out. And now they're all over the internet going crazy. Yeah, I know Revenue, you're watching. Jamaican Dream, Tether Dream, you're watching. I know this hurts. This history hurts. Yes, this is an all exclusive flag, and it's all inclusive to just Foundation Black Americans. Okay, so legacy and modern use. Hold on. Hold on. Legacy and modern use. Today, the Black American Heritage flag has seen a resurgence, particularly among foundational Black Americans. Your ops. Your ops, RBG. We are your ops. And those seeking to differentiate the Black American lineage and experience from other global, I'm going to say, African identities, because they're not Black. Okay, so it is not meant to replace the Pan-African flag, but rather to complement it by expressing a specific ethnic culture identity that emerged from slavery, Jim Crow, the civil rights struggle, and the ongoing journey of Black Americans, the ongoing evolution of our culture. Okay, so its resurgence is through ourselves re-identifying and talking about Black Americans only. We're like, yeah, since we on self-identifying, delineating, remember that Black American heritage flag? What Black American heritage flag? Let me show you. Yeah, this was a thing, but it got stomped out by Pan-Africanism. But remember, this was competing at the time. Well, since we're back talking about what they were talking about, self-identification, let's bring this flag back to, to the public eye view. So now we're finally seeing the true flag, not the RBG flag, the Black American Heritage flag that was meant to represent our experience in America. It got stomped out by the Pan-Africanist RBG flag. And so as a result, we took on the American flag. It's like, what else are we supposed to do? Oh, nah, the American flag, it's too late. The flag we want to associate with, you stomped it out. And you left us with two choices: the RBG flag or the American flag, and you see what happened with that. All right. So let me get to some comments. He said, so lined up said, how did Spice One sound more Jamaican back in the day? Interesting. You got to show. I would like to hear that. Put a link in the chat so I could listen to laugh. Okay, bro, responding. SMK said, I talk shish when I go to the enemy's channel. I don't lurk like a colonized coward. Yeah, so just be careful with that. So here's the thing. What that is, we will find ourselves giving the enemy channel more views than your brothers. That's what happens over here a lot. Like instead of coming over here 300, 400, 500 deep, where we can really do something, we'll go to the enemy's channel and just talk shit all day and make them 300, 400, 500 deep. So now guess what happens? They get the advertisement, they get the money, they get everything. They're successful. They're laughing at you, talk shit in their chat while we're over here struggling. You dig? So it's like, when do that 1.3 trillion, 2 point whatever trillion spending go to us? When do we see it? Because we see it with academics, we see it with Math Hoffa, we see it with Nicki Minaj and Cardi B, we see it with all these other non-FBAs. But when do we see it with us? So we use too many excuses to make them successful, make their channel more lit. And it's like, nah, that should be done over here. What happens is, SMK, if the support stays over here and the number stays over here, the 3, 4, 5, 600, guess what? They will come over here as you've been witnessing all day. So you got that kind of wrong. If you stay over here and show the support over here, they will come to you like they've been doing all day today. It don't work the other way because they win. You make their channel lit, you make them successful, and they don't, then they kick you off anyway. That psychology is wrong. Stay over here, stay rocking with us, stay supporting, like, view, subscribe, super chat, cash app, and you will see them come over here. Don't we brag about our influence and our culture? We popping? Well, that's not true if our channels ain't popping, but theirs are. Yeah, so let's stay over here, keeping our channels popping, talking our, popping our collar, and they will come over here like they've been doing all day. Okay, like they do. Okay, Tariq Nasheed, do he go to them or do they come to him? Yeah, they come to him because his shit lit. Okay, and he's not trying to make them lit. All right, because once you make somebody lit, it's hard to close that top. It's hard to smother that fire. All right, so anyway, I'm going to tackle some more Black American. Okay, we're here. I ain't got a wrench, bro, Ron. More Jamaican than the Jamaicans. They be stalking FB channels for real, for real. All right, so I'm gonna assume lined up is one of us. If you're not, it'll come out. Okay, so the Black American Heritage Flag, legal protection. It says overview, trademark, yes. Okay, uh-oh. The Black American Heritage Flag has a trademark. So he owns this, the images, the likeness. Oh, he trademarked it too? Yes, the Black American Heritage Flag was officially trademarked in the United States. The trademark was originally filed by Melvin Charles, one of the flag's co-creators, in the late 1960s or 1970s. You see how you have to trademark your stuff to protect your intellectual properties. So you tethers don't make us regret that. After his passing, his family and supporters have continued to protect the design. It has been referenced as the Melvin Charles Black American Heritage Flag in some legal and cultural circles. The trademark covers the three color stripes, black, red, and gold, the gold torch and wreath, the name Black American Heritage Flag. Oh, he trademarked the name too. So he's the leader before term. So he's the leader of the Black Americans. Stupid. Use of this flag or commercial purposes. Okay, e.g., apparel. Oh, this sounds like exactly what Tariq Nasheed is doing with the FBA trademark. No different. Apparel, merchandise, or marketing may require permission or licensing from the Charles family estate or its legal representatives. Exactly what Tariq Nasheed did. This is just a smart thing to do. Okay. Copyright. There is no direct federal copyright registration found in public databases like like the FBA trademark. They're identical. There's no direct evidence of federal copyright registration found in public databases with FBA. Same way. Same way. Same way. So everything here is the same thing with FBA. Everything here is the same thing with FBA. But nobody calls how about I say Charles? Nobody called Melvin Charles our leader. You dig? So it's just disrespect. It's just disrespect. Okay. Let's go down. Let's go down some more. Okay. So let's just prove it. Is FBA Foundation Black Americans federally copyright? There is no record in the U.S. Copyright Office publicly cataloged for a work title or registration simply as FBA that represents Foundation Black Americans. This is expected because, okay, so like I said, same thing with Tariq, same thing with them. They're not copyrighted, they're trademarked. Okay, now let's talk about why the trademarking FBA the Black American Heritage Flag is a great, brilliant strategic move. Tariq Nasheed's decision to trademark Foundation Black Americans FBA was not only legal, but also politically and culturally smart. Here's why. Uh-oh. Y'all about to be mad as hell. Securing narrative control. By trademarking FBA, Tariq can prevent outsiders, white supremacist tethers, from co-opting the term or redefining it, like they try to do now, like the tethers. Oh, y'all tethers. They try to redefine tethers. You see that? They try to redefine the word tether and say we're tethers. When tether has a complete definition, you have to be non-FBA to be called a tether. We could be called coons, and they're pretty much the same. One just domestic, one is foreign. Okay. Lord Moss says those clowns don't know anything about trademarks and how they work. Right. That's why they're gonna learn today. D-Mac, FBA Soul Code, bro, peace. Amin Ra, Mug6 LLC, peace to you. I'm just looking who's still here. Okay, cool, because this is very, very important. Also, he can establish clear parameters. He can establish clear parameters for how the term is used and who it applies to. See, you can't redefine, you can't control the narrative. The FBA trademark deter unauthorized individuals or groups from commercializing the identity. So if you don't trademark it, like he said, you can take FBA and make it mean, well, it says mean what it's mean, but you could put it on a horse's bottom side. You dig? This is a Foundation Black American. You see? But if you do that, you're going to be facing legal consequences because it's trademark. So you can't disrespect the trademark. You could put it on T-shirts in a proud sense of cultural pride, and most likely Tariq says nothing. Or you can put it on the bottom side of a horse or donkey and get yourself sued. Okay, so this helps maintain integrity over the movement and insulate it from dilution. Matter of fact, I'm gonna add this into the PDF. So it might be a 10-page PDF. This helps maintain integrity over the movement and insulates it from dilution, confusion, or hijacking, which Pan-African ADOS or other rival camps might attempt. Okay, so nobody can change the narrative. The same thing with ADOS. I'm sure they got their protection. Positioning it as a replacement for Black or African American Trademark, we got a super chat in the building. Naima Buckner. Remember the movie Us? Wasn't that about tether? Yeah, exactly. And that's probably why he cannot. I thought about that too. Thank you for super chat. Lineage Love 199. Appreciate you, lovely. That means the super chat does work, family. The super chat does work. So yeah, so let me explain it. That's why I thought about it immediately. That's probably why that's not trademarked by Tariq Nasheed because Ismail's, innovation, like creativity. Somebody else came with that name, so but that's what happens. See, that's not trademarked. So now Tether's trying to act like we're tethers to America. Like, okay, that doesn't work the same. All right. So what's going on here? Okay. So trademarking FBA opens the door to eventually institutionalizing it as the official ethnic label. Okay, it opened by trademarking FBA. Oh, you guys gotta do this, but a petition of this. No, we just trademark it, and by trademarking it opens the door to eventually institutionalizing it as the official ethnic label. Why? The term African American ties Black Americans to Africa, a whole continent, rather than their real roots in the U.S. soil. Unique Banks piece. So this is cooking here. Black is overly abroad and used for global populations, e.g., Black Cubans, Black Jamaicans, Black British, etc. FBA uniquely captures the lineage, experience, and contribution of the U.S. born descendants of slavery, similar to how terms like Navajo or Ashkenazi do for other groups. Making FBA a legally protected term builds a foundation for its use in census and demographic categories, cultural and historical scholarship, political advocacy, and reparation efforts. Damn, this is cooking, bro. This is cooking. So we have, let me bring this down. Shit, I hate when I do that. Hmm? No, you didn't want to eat it, so I threw it away. Okay, let me get to where I was. I hate this mouse I use, man. I hate this mouse. I hate this mouse. Okay, I'm back. I'm back where I was. So now the mouse act right. Okay, so I read all that. No. No. I just offer you gotta eat later. I just offered all that to you. You didn't want it. Drink your water. You had a chance. You was at the kitchen table. You had all that in front of you, and you decide to want to watch a cartoon. So same energy. Here's your water. All right, so let's finish reading. Okay, let's finish reading. Okay, so blocking commercial exploitation. Listen, family, without a trademark, outside entities, corporations, grifters, tethers, and those folks, or even opposition movements like the Pan-Africanists, they could, without a trademark, they all can use FBA to make merchandise or host events and misrepresent it, defame it. Like I said, misrepresent the ideology for profit or disruption. Confuse the public with fake affiliations. The trademarks lets Nasheed and any FBA aligned institution enforce rights and sue infringers, especially if they misrepresent what FBA means. Oh my God, that is beautiful. Okay, so president, other movements that benefited from legal protection, the Nation of Islam, Black Lives Matter, uh, Global Network, NAACP. That's all I got to read. You could read this stuff later, but I'm getting to the bigger point. So other groups that trademarked their brand, their name, for those same reasons were Nation of Islam, Black Lives Matter, NAACP. So Tariq Nasheed's move to trademark FBA follows the same logic but goes further by trying to establish a new ethnic designation, not just a slogan. Uh-oh. There we are. Let me like it. See, I even like the video here, 'cause I'll be liking what AI says. Yeah, see me do it without even a thought. Okay. So anyway, final thought. A path to institutional recognition. Trademarking FBA could be the beginning of a legal category or in government forms. Uh-oh, so it is going there. Like Native American, Hispanic, etc. A protected lineage for reparations eligibility. A cultural brand for books, media, events, curricula. It's a strategic first step towards full social, legal, and cultural recognition of a unique people not defined by Africa or color, but by blood, soil, and history rooted in the U.S. Cook City. And we're not done. We're almost done. We're not done with this, with all this Black American heritage flag and FBA. The similarities, right? We're not done. We're cooking though. So yes, so S. McKay said Tariq Nasheed is a clever general. Facts. So this dude, like I said, this dude, he might joke, he might not take everything serious, he might be insensitive, all those things. He might clown too much, but this dude know his stuff. People mad because they can't catch him slipping. Like, do you know how much a white supremacist would have loved to trademark FBA before him, or Pan-Africanist, or Tether? Do you know how much they'd have, or Latino? Do you know how much they'd have loved to do that? To embarrass him, show how dumb he is business wise. Look what I did with your brand. It's my shit now. You can't even use it. Say something else. Make up another ethnic identifier, or call yourself ADOS again. But FBA is gone. Yeah, that would have embarrassed the hell out of that shit. You understand that? You know how embarrassing that would have been if Smells for the trademark FBA, Foundation of Black Americans, and then said Tariq and nobody that called himself that could ever use it again. That would have showed a lot of incompetence on his part, lack of business savviness. It would have been, he would have been done. The lineage would have just went back to Adolf or Friedman, but he did, but because we can't legally use FBA. But yeah, it'd have been just Adolf, Friedman, or the lineage. Then that's it. But he was smart enough to protect himself. So obviously he's hanging around the right people. And they're mad they can't exploit him. And they're mad they can't exploit us. They want to so bad. But you dig? Shalom. Astarte Jones. Peace to you. Love youism. Peace to you. Morning. Well, it's after afternoon over here, but it's probably morning where you're at. Probably Central California time. Okay, so now let me. Okay. So let me finish up on this. Let me finish up on this. Let me finish up on this. The ancestors in the building for the first time says, even though he didn't even really create it as a brand, but it has adapted to it. One, right. Yeah. So it was just, and that was all the ancestors. That's why it's just smart to trademark, because you never know what it can evolve to later. The possibilities can be grand, as you see. So let's trademark it now. Other folks that invent stuff, let's patent it now, and let's see where it goes. If you're into music, right? Let me have my masters now. Is my you know what I mean? So in the future, if somebody try to want to do something with this, I get paid. Now I don't, that's how it goes. You do stuff now for the now, and then possibly for the latter, the later. All right? Because you never know how big it can grow. So a lot of folks started some stuff, didn't get the proper ownership, didn't get the proper recognition, and they lost out. Like we're done with that. Okay, so okay. So let me close this out. All right, with this last bit of information. Yes, I'm gonna throw this all into a PDF. I ain't charging nobody. It's free. You know what I mean? It's a PDF. I'm gonna make explaining our position and offering rebuttals to haters when they say we have no culture, when they say FBA's trademark, when they say Tariq's the leader. I'm going to do a PDF. I don't know how many pages. Hopefully, no more than 10. But it'll be double sided. So don't worry about it. So double sided. Well, if you're online, you're not gonna know the difference. But if you ever was to print it out, you'll thank me later. So double-sided PDF, um, pretty much explaining our ethnogenesis, what FBA is all about, and our culture and why Black American, not African American, that's that stuff. But nothing long, something real simple, slick, not too much reading. 10 pages the most. I'm looking for 5 pages and it's free because I'm just going to email it to you. You dig? Nobody gotta give me no money for this. It's not for sale. This is no pimping the culture, even though there's no such thing as pimping the culture. We're supposed to exchange goods and services for a dollar amount. This is how you create a Black Wall Street. This is how you can create a thriving economy within us, within the lineage. So, but I want to do this for free. Make this up. You did take my time. See if I charge it, I got to get to it right away. Free. So I get to it and I get to it on my time. And then folks just email me, blackthinktank@yahoo.com. And once I'm finished, I just email you the PDF. Look through it, make sure there's no grammatical errors, make sure I didn't do something. Because you can correct me and save me the trouble from, sending it to too many people. So I can redo it and send you a better copy and send people a better copy. And if you got any ideas, you can say that and I'll adjust if it's pretty good. But it's free. But so what you guys can do though, if you want, you're gonna get it anyway. For the time I'm sacrificing to do everything I do for the lineage, you guys, the cash app is pinned to the top, and that's how you support 50 cent, dollar, $2, whatever you want. Hey, dig, and that's what it is. But it's not for that because I'm doing it for free, regardless of no money, no donation sent at all. It's still going to be done. All right. Let me go down. Because the next live, I do got to talk about the Black Panthers. I don't want to do it today, not now in this live. So I might go live, possibly early evening, 4 or 5. I want to touch on the Black Panthers and other militia groups. Okay. Oh, I messed up. Okay. Yeah, I was really saying Charles Murray. I'm bugging. I went back and looked at some stuff I looked up, and I said Charles Murray for show. Yeah, I definitely said Charles Murray. My fault. That's not who I wanted to say. That was a glitch. It did. That was a big mistake. Melvin Charles. When you really read, when you're reading and you ain't got to lie and hold up books, those mistakes are common because you do so much reading, certain names sound familiar, you dig, and you just associate that name Melvin Charles is new to me. So, but let me see, because maybe AI understood what I was saying anyway, because the AI is that smart. When you can have the wrong name, but then associate something to that name that AI will realize, okay, this ain't for he don't mean okay, this human doesn't mean Charles Murray. He really means Melvin Charles. Let me see if that was the case over here. Let me see. Because then I got to search it all over again. Let me just make sure. I definitely put Charles Murray in the research. Because even when I did the image of Tariq Nasheed split with Charles Murray, it understood I meant Melvin Charles. So it actually had Melvin Charles there. So I'm hoping the research I looked up, same thing. If not, I gotta do it all over. Okay, yeah. It recognized it, but it knew what I was talking about, but it had, hey, I don't like that. No, I gotta do it over. It knew what I meant. It gave me the proper research, but I got that name there, and I don't like that. Okay. It knew what I was talking about, but it has the name I chose there. And I don't want that. It dumbed it down to me. Melvin. What the fuck? Melvin Charles. Let me make these corrections. And then we're right back at it. Oh shit. So it did understand what I meant, but it didn't correct my language. And I can't have that. Okay, cool. I believe I did the name change correctly. Okay, I got it. Okay, I got it. Okay, family. And I'm gonna do it. An update will be done in like 30 seconds. Okay, so where we at? Where we at in the chat? Where we at in the chat? So this is the last thing. I know it's late in the day. I'm getting out of here. You guys get out of here, and we're gonna come back. Hopefully 4, 5, 6. I'm gonna be traveling. I might stop at like maybe Dunkin' Donuts, go live there if I can't make it back. See, that's the thing. When I come back home, that's when it be too late. I was in Newark, New Jersey yesterday. See, catching that train, man. Catching that train be the thing. Them hours go by quickly. And before you know it, it's 7, 8 o'clock. You're like, nah, I'm good. So let me get this last bit of information out and we are done. Okay, cool. Right here. All right, here we are, family. Let me share the screen and we out. Like, I'm a reader, so I get it. I understand like reading over, reading compared to playing videos. I understand it's not as entertaining. I get it. Okay. This is why when you have a book club, it ain't really popping like that. Okay. So here's the analogy. Remember, Melvin Charles is the founder of the Black American Heritage Flag. So here's the comparison. Okay. So Tariq Nasheed, FBA, Melvin Charles, Black American Heritage Flag. So contribution. Tariq Nasheed coined the term foundational Black American and promoted its framework for lineage-based ethnic identity. Okay. Melvin Charles, Black American Heritage Flag is what he's known for. He designed and promoted the Black American Heritage Flag in 1967 as a symbol of Black American pride and distinction. Okay, both distinction, both were delineating. Intent for Tariq Nasheed and Melvin Charles. I almost said it. Tariq Nasheed created FBA to replace Pan-African or vague color-based identifiers with a lineage-based identity specific to descendants of American slavery. Melvin Charles created a flag to virtually unify Black Americans around their unique cultural and historic identity. Similar. Tariq wanted to control. His control was he filed a trademark to prevent co-opting or misuse. If FBA offers terms and conditions, Melvin Charles never trademarked control over the use of the flag and intended it as a symbol for all Black Americans. So he was more loose when he trademarked it. He was more loose. It was more like he trademarked it, but he is like free of usage. He wasn't really concerned about people defaming him because he had no ops. You dig? Pan-Africanism was winning, so he didn't have like really ops. But he could have, but that's not why he so basically that's not why he trademarked it. So they both trademarked their work, but for different reasons, basically. Okay. Um, so public public perception. They're similar, but Tariq Nasheed is called the leader of FBA by critics, often with hostile or dismissive tones. The difference is Melvin Charles widely celebrated for his contribution, but never labeled a leader of Black America. So this is the hypocrisy. So this is the contradiction. So we are getting them. The PDF is going to have most of this stuff. Okay, we're getting them. We see that there's a double standard. They're doing the same thing, but one is hated and one is widely embraced. Why is one hated? Is it the hate of like comparison to Jay-Z, Floyd Mayweather, Muhammad Ali? Is it that type of hate because they're great and you can't beat them? Okay. And is Melvin Charles more embraced because he really didn't pop? Good effort, but it flopped. That's the thing about our society, Foundation Black American Society. When we're bold, brave, and we're like impactful and influential, we're really not celebrated during our time. We're often hated for that symbol of Black excellence. But if we do that same stuff and lose, you'll see white society and tethers and Africans, you'll see them give us more love. As long as we're losing and not representing Black excellence, you'll see them cool with us. But if we're winning, representing Black excellence, you'll see they don't rock with us. You could even throw in, obviously, Malcolm X, but you could even throw in the Honorable Minister Louis Farrakhan. Even though he's Caribbean and he's not FBA, he's probably the only honorary FBA that we know of. It won't be Khomeini, Touré, those guys. It'll be the Honorable Minister Louis Farrakhan because he didn't leave. He didn't come here, speak on behalf and leave and go back to one of those islands. He stayed in America. He took all the criticism, all the defamation attacks and all that. He took all that with us. So we rock with him. He's definitely a rider. So it's interesting. Isn't it interesting how when tethers want to talk about what non-FBAs Africans did for us, you realize they never mention the most honorable Louis Farrakhan. I'll tell you why. Because he wasn't a Pan-Africanist. He didn't hate them either. He rocked with Africa. Similar to Tariq when he did the global empowerment. Similar to Malcolm X with the Afro-American Union bullshit association. Mr. Louis Farrakhan, he had respect for Africa, but he was not a Pan-Africanist in no way, shape, form. If anything, he was a Pan-Americanist. Okay, so what is the outcome of Tariq Nasheed? FBA is now an identity embraced by many, regardless of their opinion of Tariq Nasheed, personally, okay? The outcome of the flag was resurfaced in popularity, especially in 2020, by Charles, but Charles is rarely mentioned. So FBA's brought Melvin Charles back to life, and I'm one of them. FBA's brought Robert F. Williams back to life. I'm one of them. FBA's brought A. Philip Randolph back to life. I'm one of them. All right. So we are looking through history and we're saying, y'all talking about Malcolm X, y'all talking about this person. Nah, these were the people. We ain't gonna see Pan-Africanists help help mantle Malcolm X because they seen him as a Pan-Africanist. So they overrepresented what he actually did for us. It's like, okay, now he did his thing, he did what he did, But you guys are capping when you say he did all this other shit. Bro, stop it. There's Black Americans that run circles around him, and I just named two. You got A. Philip Randolph, and you got Robert F. Williams. They run 1,000 circles around Malcolm X. He can't tie none of their shoes. And we respect Malcolm, but we're going to respect the work of others who made larger contributions, right? We're not going to, and everybody's not even. Everybody's not equal in this fight, in this evolution. Therefore, if inventing a symbol or naming a unifying identity makes someone a leader of that group, then Melvin Charles must also be considered the leader of Black Americans. This is AI. Yet no Pan-Africanist or critic claims that. Why? Because there's selective logic at play. So here's the logical fallacy: leadership by invention. Okay, so AI is cooking them with the logical fallacy. It's called leadership by invention. This is what revenue goes all the time. The criticism of Tariq Nasheed as a leader, often rests on this flawed premises. Because you coined the term FBA and defined it, you are now the unelected sole leader of all FBA. So look, we're gonna use this. So when we get these Pan-Africanists on here, these tethers on here, this PDF, I might have mine printed out. I'm gonna have it right on my lap. So when they make all these points and claims and bullshit, I'm just gonna turn to page 2, 3, 4, 5, and be like, okay, let me tell you what this is. This is a logical fallacy leader by invention. Okay. Yet this same logic is not applied to Melvin Charles' Black American heritage flag. John Henry Clark coined African-centered terminology and frameworks. They don't call him a leader. Martin Delany, one of the first Pan-Africanists, yet not seen as a leader of all Pan-Africanists. Wallace D. Farad, who helped coin Nation of Islam as a religious and ethnic identity. Most people look at Elijah Muhammad or Mr. Louis Farrakhan as a leader, so he don't get the leadership claim from the public. Dr. Malana Karanga, co-creator of Kwanzaa and African-centered community practice. Nobody calls him the leader of African Americans. None of them are accused of being dictators or self-appointed leaders. Their contributions are seen as symbolic, intellectual, or philosophical. This shows that much of the criticism towards Tariq Nasheed is likely rooted in emotional or political dislike, not in objective reasoning. So I don't care what Bobby West come on here and say. Dude, you just hate this man and you trying to justify it with a whole bunch of bullshit. But you can't lie in 2025. So whatever your reasons are why you hate Tariq Nasheed, all this fake ass, oh, he got to clean that up. Oh yeah? Let's put that in AI. Yeah, let's debate AI and see who wins. Okay, that's why he ain't calling today. Narrative control is not equal to lineage ownership. FBA as a lineage cannot be owned or led by one man, no more than Irish American can be led by the founder of St. Patrick's Day celebrations. That's funny. Tariq Nasheed coined a label, built a website, set a few basic criteria, pushed back against gatekeeping from Pan-Africanist or immigrant-led spaces, but that doesn't make him the ruler or even a spokesperson of all Black Americans any more than Melvin Charles governed those who adopted the flag he created. Oh, this is hitting hard. This is great. God damn. Y'all better be glad y'all stayed for this one. Ain't leave. Check out. Final thought. If they say Tariq is a leader, then logically, Melvin Charles was the leader of the flag waving Black American movement. Karenga is the leader of all who celebrate Kwanzaa. John Henry Clark is the leader of all who use Afrocentric history. Wallace Farad Muhammad is the leader of all NY members today. If that sounds ridiculous, then calling Tariq Nasheed a leader for naming FBA is equally flawed. That's checkmate. And don't use the word checkmate if you don't play chess. If you're not good at chess. Okay? That's checkmate. Like what else? Okay, hold on. Hold on. All right, family. Let me just get to the chat and then we out of here. So Tiger, I'm gonna read some chats and we out of here. Tiger Crane Shakir says, right, like I said earlier, these moose are jealous of Tariq and FBAs in general. Right. Oh, these mofos. I got you. Right. Yeah, it's crazy. They making it about him. And we like, yo, most of us barely bring his name up. It's like, yo, he's your leader more so than mine. I told Revenue that. I said, Revenue, he's more your leader. I barely say his name. I barely like talk about him in greatness or anything. And you do that more than anybody. I said, yo, he is your leader. He's my brother. He's your leader. The ancestors. Issa lineup or an attempt to anyway. Meanwhile, the main ones calling him a leader are immigrants that are compromised because they're positioned for their vulnerabilities to be exploited to advance the agenda of the powers that be. YouTube mastery. Thank you, FBA News and Updates and family. And I will be getting my FBA flag. Okay, and let me say this. More comments before I get off. Astarte Jones, they want a leader name so they can, yeah. So let me give Astarte your lineage rich, make you a moderator. Make sure you like the video on the way out. Naima Buckner, thanks for your super chat contribution. Okay, greatest writer of all time. Right. Minister Louis Farrakhan went crazy hard. He's honorary FBA. Okay. Subscribe to you. Okay, I guess Astarte Jones got a channel. I don't know. Everybody saying subscribe. Okay, yeah. So I'll check out your channel. Let me check out Astarte Jones. Oh, I guess you're gonna. I subscribe too. Okay, I subscribe too. All right. Just tell the AI to find the name that you don't want and replace it with the name you want. I'll be watching the game. Oh, the game on today or tomorrow? Like, let me know. I'm so out of the loop when it comes to NFL. At least the first week. After the first week, I pretty much be in tune. FB only. I'm asking you to subscribe to my 14-year-old son's YouTube channel. Thank you. Okay, let me. Oh, okay, that's the link you put. Okay, I got it. Hold on. Let me subscribe. Love youism. You can tell AI to change the name if you need to. Okay. Yeah, I'm looking for the PDF. Great idea. Yeah, so when I get the PDF, I'm going to let everybody know. But again, we have some crazy good ideas. We're debunking a lot of old arguments. So the email, blackthinktank@yahoo.com. Maybe this channel be targeted. Maybe, you know what I mean? So to keep in touch. If the channel is targeted, delete it for whatever crazy reason, like my others have been. The way to contact me and stay in the loop is blackthinktank@yahoo.com. Everything spelled correctly. So if the channel goes, at least I don't go, we don't go, and we can still galvanize and just create another YouTube channel. Real simple. We ain't sweating it. All right. So with that being said, family, we out of here till later. I appreciate all of y'all. Thanks for the support. Like the video, subscribe, hit the notification bell, and we will holla. B1 with the code. And